Monday, February 3rd. I now call this meeting to order. I ask everyone to please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We're excited to be here in person tonight with options for those who choose not to be in person to participate virtually. There are several ways to participate. For those attending in person, please complete a yellow request to speak slip and hand it to the clerk. If participating remotely, use the raise your hand feature in Zoom and you'll be called on at the appropriate time. If calling in via phone, press *9 to raise your hand, and when called upon, press *6 to unmute. These options for public comment will remain available until I close the public comment period for each specific item. Before we begin tonight, we're thrilled to welcome Matt Turtorici as our new fire chief for the San Mateo City. I know I'm on the board, but this is not written right. For the San Mateo Consolidated Fire Department. Matt has served. Come on up, Matt. Matt has served as Deputy Chief for the San Mateo Consolidated Fire since 2021. He brings over 30 years of experience in fire service, emergency medical service, and leadership roles. In his new role, Matt will oversee the planning and implementation of the fire department's budget and multiple departmental operations, as well as lead a team of more than 160 staff members in San Mateo, Belmont, and Foster City. Please join us in congratulating Matt on his well-deserved promotion, and we look forward to his continued success of the department under his leadership. And with that, Matt, we'd love to hear from you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this. Mayor Newsom, members of council, I'm beyond honored to be able to represent San Mateo Consolidated Fire as the next fire chief. I started in San Mateo in 1998 after 10 years working up in Butte County. San Mateo's home. Went to high school right up the road, and I actually have a little bulldog blood in me too.
Woohoo!
I've been fortunate to work with a lot of great people, and they're the ones who've kind of helped me along the way and made me who I am today, and I'm forever thankful for that and this opportunity. I plan to continue down the path that Chief Thrasher has done a great job in forging. We're a very stable organization, and it's really great to be a part of. I'm very thankful for the men and women of our organization and the great job that they do and what they're willing to do. And I look forward to supporting them in the future. And lastly, I look forward to working with all of you and making our department great and serving the citizens moving forward. Thank you.
Well, welcome. Oh. And with that, we will take roll call. Thank you.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash.
Here.
Councilmember Svirko-Goditsky.
Here.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Lorraine.
Here.
And Mayor Newsom.
Here. Thank you. So the first thing we have tonight on the agenda is a ceremonial one. It's the recognition of the College of San Mateo football team. And I'm going to call up Coach Tulak, also known as Coach Tim. Coach Tim, are you here?
I'm here.
Come on up to the dais. Also joining him tonight are Melissa Moreno, the Chancellor. Melissa, if you could come up. Manuel Alejandro Perez, the CSM President. Andrea Visnor, Yoram Savian, and Eddie Flores, who, in addition to being the Director of Communications, is also the Mayor of South San Francisco. So welcome to all of the Bulldogs. Are you getting them? All right. Stall. Okay. Coach Tim, if you'd like to come up to the speaker and... Oh. Sorry, our president is speaking first.
No, good. No, we're all good. We're all good. I'm going to give an intro. I'm the hype person for our coach. So,
All right.
So muy buenas noches. Good evening, everyone. Members of the council, community leaders, College of San Mateo faculty, staff, and a very special saludo, a hello, to our CSM Scholar Athlete Bulldogs, our men's football team, and they'll be joining us in just a second. I can feel their energy. It's coming. Can you feel it? It's coming. It's coming. My name is Manuel Alejandro Perez, and I am very proud and humbled to serve as the college president for CSM, College of San Mateo. I'm here this evening to lift up and highlight the magic, the sparkle of our amazing scholar athlete community, who truly work and shine both on and off the field. From their basics Northern California Regional Championship game through the playoffs in games against Modesto Junior College, American River College, and the championship game for the state title against Southern California champions, Mount San Antonio College, all the way to national champions. I'll say it one more time. Our folks, our team, national champions. Woo! The true magic on the field, however, is only half the deal. This past week, I got to see part of the full ticket magic show when I visited our scholar athletes for the orientation session of their Writing in the End Zone learning community. As I mentioned to our scholar athletes, winning on the field is almost the full receipt. In the classroom is where you cash in on the full receipt. It's where you make the CSM mission of liberatory education, where you combine individual success with the impact on generations to come. Our students' success in the classroom impacts generations to come. Our fellas cash in on the full receipt on and off the field. With an average 3.4 GPA. You thought that was good. Let me lift up that we have a sprinkling of 4.0 GPAs on this team as well. And I'm going to jump off this mic because this is not about me, but I do want to lift up and let you know that to understand this magic, you must understand the orchestrators and the facilitators of these dreams. Our coaches, faculty, and staff who come together to put mental prowess, physical conditioning, and the values of teamwork to impactful use. I want you to meet our tenured faculty and head coach, Tim Tulloch. Coach T, you are the orchestrator of this generational impact and magic. Would you please take this mic, share some of your story with our community here, and I'm gonna end when I share this mic with Coach T, because I am very, very, very proud of our Bulldog Scholar athletes. You have made my first semester here as college president a truly memorable one. Estoy muy orgulloso de cada uno de ustedes. I am so very proud of each and every one of you. So with that, I'm going to look over to all of our teams and say, I am very, 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 very proud of all of you. Fellas, y'all did this. This is you. This is for you. Coach T.
Cool to have our president right here and Chancellor Moreno here to be a part of this. Mayor Newsom, City Council, City Manager, City Attorney, it is our absolute honor to represent the City of San Mateo, the County of San Mateo, College of San Mateo in our district. And so we really appreciate you guys honoring us. Look at these young men, right? A great group. Guys, good evening, Chance. All right, good. There we go. All right, guys, this journey it ended in 2024 with a state and national championship, but it started much further back. 2022, we won the first state and national championship in the history of the school. Those things just don't grow on trees. It was over 100 years before we won one. Our 2023 team took a shot at it. We went all the way to the last game, the last field goal, and we came up just short. And so this team right here in January of 2024 went to work. And we live on this mantra, so what, now what? We lost a close one, what are we gonna do about it? And the young men, these guys right here, their mission was to dominate, not make it close. And so we started off with dominating the spring semester academically, 3.43 team grade point average. All right, shout out to those guys in the classroom. And as we went through the season, there's a lot of trials and tribulations. All right, there's lots of obstacles that these men overcome each and every day, from transportation issues to food insecurity to homelessness. Every single day they get up and they find a way, and they come to work and they make us proud. They are truly remarkable with what we do. And we got into the season week 3 and we lost both of our active quarterbacks. So what, now what? Let's go back to work. And so we activated a young freshman who came in. We went on a run and ran the whole table and ran the whole thing and got all the way to what we did was earned a national championship. I say we don't win things. When you win the lottery, you win in bingo. National championships, 4.0s, those things are earned with old school hard work. And these young men understand the value of hard work. I'm extremely proud of them. I want to say a few thank yous really quick. Chancellor Moreno, Dr. Perez, Andrea Visanor. We can't do what we do without support from the top. So thank you to them. I'm forever indebted to them for supporting us. The past administration helped us build it. This administration has said they're fully committed to helping us continue to move it forward, and I'm super grateful for that. The rock stars of this, where are my coaches at? Coaches.
Coaches.
Coaches, stand up,
Come on
please.
down. Come on
Shout
down.
out, please. Where are the coaches? All right. Many of these coaches played at CSM. They're CSM royalty. Many of them work for maybe gas money. Many of them spend all day mentoring and teaching for maybe 10, 15 bucks an hour. Right? They do it out of love and wanting to give forward to the next generation. I see Jason Hardy right here, whose parents are here. He went to Sarah High School. All right, now full circle, he's giving back to the young men in this building, and you see, I'm grateful for your commitment, and I'm thankful for your wives, right, for letting you spend the time with us, the real champs, all right? So a shout out to the coaches. All right. And last, the players, right? You guys, it's your dedication, it's your commitment. These are the future doctors, future lawyers, future police officers, right, Chief? All right? These are the future leaders. And so for those in the community, I'll take a shameless plug here. Right? I don't want these guys just driving by all these shiny buildings, all these tech, they can be the next future tech moguls. Reach out to me, find me. We want internships. I want guys in these buildings. I don't want them just driving by them. And they will outwork and they will lead your company, your organization. So give us a chance. All right. Ciale, Vaca, can you, we want a gift. The guys wanted to give you guys a gift, right? So some Bulldog swag, some Bulldog gear. And you guys hand those up.
Nice. Thank you.
All right. So give everybody, hey, you guys are representing San Mateo. We need you in some Bulldog gear, right? All right. And last, we have 18 young men that transferred mid-year. 18 of them. Odera Okaka to Cal Berkeley. John Gayer to Cal Berkeley. Dom Gracia to Cal Berkeley. Simon Mappa to Cal Berkeley.
Wow.
Brendan Doyle to Stanford. Peter V to Sac State, Luke Williams to San Diego State, Tashi Dorji to San Diego State, Andrew Buck to Chapman University, Peter V to Sac State, Jermaine Hargraves to McNeese State, Kimani Stafford to Morgan State, Kaylin Woods to Middle Tennessee State, Sherrod Smith to Boise State, Lolo Mataele to Western Michigan, KB Boone Nelson to Western Michigan, Raymello Murphy to UConn, Demetrius Freeney to Boise State, Cyrus Durham to Akron University. And then we have 5 young men here who will be making their commitments on Wednesday as part of the spring class. So Ciale Uluave, Where you headed to, kid?
Arizona.
University of Arizona. Vakafuna.
University of Arizona.
University of Arizona. All right. James Minot, where you at?
Where, Coach?
James, where you going?
Portland State.
Portland State University. All right. Samisi, straight out of San Mateo High School. Samisi, where you headed to? Portland State University. Is Malaki here? Malaki, no. Okay. And we have one more that'll be committing. And this is when you say winning. Yes, winning is in national championships is what everybody sees, and that's what we're here for. But winning in the classroom and seeing young men go on to achieve success and having young men that are built for life, that's winning for us at a different level. So I applaud all these young men for their hard work, and these are the real champs right here. So thank you guys again. Honored to be here.
All right, what we're going to do, this is going to be a challenge. We're going to have everybody come in and fill in here and behind us here, and we're going to have the coaches and staff be in the front. We're going to try to get a huge group shot up here on the dais.
All right, let's do it.
Come on in, fill in here and here.
Right here.
Well, should one of us stay back here? I think we're staying back here.
We are.
I think we're staying in our seats.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to go in front of them.
Yes, now you do.
There's going to be a wall.
Oh, no, you're right.
It's not. See, why you have me thinking I thought it was, bro.
Good speech, coach.
Nigga, I'm right here, huh?
He looks like he can still play.
Show it. Can you move over a little bit? Hey, back up. Let's go. I know, bro. Hey, nigga, don't be going on your toes, man.
I got a couple of snippets. Martin, I think, got a lot of it. Now, we're gonna take a. It's on. It is on, but it's hello. We're gonna take a 5-minute break to get Chambers back in order. 5-minute break. Back at 25 after. Can you imagine being the poor sap that has to follow that? Congratulations again to the CSM football team. We're also going to go on to recognize another person well deserving of praise, Chris Eckert. Is Chris Eckert here? Come on down, Chris. I have a proclamation for you. I'm going to read it.
I just want to know first, you said the poor sap that's got to follow that, so I guess I'm the poor sap, right?
If anybody can bring the energy, it's Chris Eckert.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right. The city of San Mateo is proud to recognize Chris Eckert as his third-time title sponsor for the outstanding contribution of time, effort, as well as financial support for the San Mateo Park Music Series. And whereas Chris Eckert's love of the city of San Mateo and the Central Park Music Series is visible and has been continuously visible for 15 years, and whereas Chris Eckert grew up in San Mateo and is a humble San Mateo business owner, and whereas Chris Eckert is a community partner as well as a valuable community asset, and whereas Chris Eckert is fondly referred to as Mr. San Mateo for his nice outfits, which accompany his 28 pairs of colorful dress shoes, as well as his welcoming and kind personality. And whereas Chris Eckert has happily emceed the Central Park Music Series events and considers them to be a signature community event that brings out our neighborhood and local vendors. And whereas the city of San Mateo is glad to have Chris Eckert stand as a constant symbol of community pride as well as American pride by collaborating with the city of San Mateo to promote commemorative coins for our fallen heroes memorial. Now, therefore, I, Rob Newsom Jr., the mayor of San Mateo, and on behalf of the entire City of San Mateo Council, do hereby proclaim Chris Eckert as an outstanding title sponsor for the San Mateo Central Park Music Series. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen of the council, I'm honored to receive this recognition. I feel that the real credit should go to the City Council for having had the vision to create the Central Park Music Series many years ago. I also think that we should thank the staff for having organized it all these years, and especially to the Parks and Recreation Department who actually make this a successful event. So thank you to all of them. I also need to thank my two assistants. Well, one of them is right there and one is back there, Michelle O'Connell and Ashley McCoy. Thank them for helping me run a successful real estate business, which allows me to be one of the sponsors every year. I also do need to thank my wife, who's at home tonight, for my outfits. And I have 30 pair of custom dress shoes now because of my wife. So you need to, well, maybe next year we can update that.
We'll update it for next year.
And we are so proud, my team and I, of the Central Park Music Series and being part of it, that we actually sponsored, or we actually featured it in our Emmy-nominated Telly Award-winning TV show called, that I host, called The American Dream Television. So I look forward to being a lead sponsor for many years to come, and I thank you very much for the honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Stay there. I'm going to come down for this. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. See you on the bandstand. All right, thanks. Appreciate it. That concludes our ceremonial items, and now we'll move on to our consent calendar. City Clerk, please read the consent calendar.
With pleasure, Mayor Newsom. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered by the council to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion. If discussion is desired, that item may be removed and considered separately. Item number 3, City Council meeting minutes approval. Item number 4, Caltrans Sustainable Transportation Planning Grant Agreement. Item number 5, Sandbag Station Agreement. Item number 6, Public Works Facilities On-Call General Contracting Services has been removed from the consent calendar at the request of staff and will be considered at a future date. Item number 7, Poplar Creek tenant improvements, budget appropriation, contract change order, and rent waiver agreement. Item number 8, commitment to explore reach codes for the 2025 code cycle adoption. And finally, item number 9, SEIU Maintenance Unit Memorandum of Understanding Side Letter approval.
Thank you. Is there any member of the council who would like to pull an item from the consent calendar? Seeing none. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on any consent calendar item? Now would be the time to make your comment. This is for consent calendar items only.
Thank you, Mayor Newsom. As Mayor Newsom mentioned, we are taking public comment for consent calendar items only. A number of individuals in our virtual environment have had their hands raised since joining the meeting. So this is for consent calendar items, not for general public comment or the bike path item. So if you wish to speak on an item on the consent calendar, keep your hand raised. Otherwise, please lower your hand at this time. Thank you. Mayor Newsom, we have not received any requests to speak on the consent calendar.
Okay. Is there a motion from the council to approve consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Please take the roll.
Deputy Mayor Lorraine,
Yes.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash,
Yes.
Councilmember Sverko-Gaditsky,
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez,
Yes.
and Mayor Newsom.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, next on the agenda is public comment. Members of the public wishing to comment on any item not appearing on the agenda may address the city council at this time. State law prevents council from taking actions on any matter not on the agenda. Your comments may be referred to staff for follow-up. This public comment section is generally limited to a total of 15 minutes. However, that is subject to the council's discretion and can be extended if the council wishes to do so. If needed, an opportunity for additional public comment may also be provided later on the agenda. Mr. Clerk, can you please tally the total number of requests to speak on general public comment?
Certainly, Mayor Newsom. At this time, for general public comment, we have received, one moment. This is for general public comment? General public comment? Okay, thank you. Bear with me just one moment.
Thank you.
Including our virtual environment, we have received a total of 8 requests to speak on general public comment, which per council adopted rules and procedures will be 3 minutes per speaker. We have also received a request for organized presentation during general public comment, so we will begin with our organized presentation and move into individual requests to speak in chambers and then to our virtual environment.
Sure, and what is the time on the organized?
Organized presentation is 5 minutes.
Thank you.
So we have one request for organized presentation, so I'll call up Tasso Zagrafis for our organized presentation for general public comment.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, council members. Thank you for your time today. I am Tasso Zagrafos. I'm speaking on behalf of the Gramercy Mounds El Cerrito Neighborhood Association. Rich Ochapinti, President. Dory Majeras, Vice President. Arnie Rodman, Secretary, are monitoring tonight and have asked me to speak on their behalf. Talking about a traffic calming and safety concern. Next slide. Here's where we are. That is where our neighborhood is nestled between San Mateo Park and the Baywood neighborhood. Next slide. We have a long history and some historic buildings. Eugene D. Salba, Tea House and Tea Garden. Next slide. AP Giannini House. And we're well known for the mounds. Next slide. Some of you have seen that. We're also famous for another project. Next slide. The 4 West Santa Ynez project, where someone tried to overbuild and overconstruct more units than could be fit into that one lot. The neighborhood came together and fought it, and the city upheld that position, of course, under Mayor Bonilla at the time, who didn't side with the neighbors. This went to appeal and lost, and of course, under his watch, we lost $1 million. But be as it may be, we're moving on to things. This project still stands there as an eyesore, and there is no building going up, and the project is actually being sold now. It's up for market. Next slide. There are 3 main access ways in and out through Gramercy Mounds, El Cerrito, West Santa Ynez, El Cerrito, and Baywood. Next slide. And these are those roadways. They're very wide open streets. Next slide. The issue that we have resides with West Santa Ynez. It becomes a major thoroughfare for Hillsborough residents who want to exit Hillsborough and on to San Mateo, and vice versa from San Mateo on into Hillsborough. Next slide. These are the neighbors who live around there. They've all banded together to address this with the city. We've spent 7 years talking to Public Works since 2018, trying to get speed surveys done. Next slide. What happens is there isn't a stop sign for a mile from El Camino Real, and since it's a wide open street, people tend to speed through that section of San Mateo and wind their way up through Hillsborough at 50, 55 miles an hour, and in both directions. So as they're coming down the hill, they're entering San Mateo at a high speed before they get down to El Camino. Next slide. What we would like is some traffic calming around these 2 intersections. At the West Santa Ynez, Erickson, and Gramercy Drive intersection, which is complex, and I'll show you a slide about that. And the other one is here at Ronale and West Santa Ynez. Next slide. This is the complicated intersection I just mentioned. West Santa Ynez, Erickson, and Gramercy Mounds all bind together into this triangle. It's fit for a traffic circle, frankly, but what happens is people who are turning left onto West Santa Ynez from Gramercy or trying to get from Erickson onto West Santa Ynez going westbound will encounter speeding vehicles, and they're in a blind curve. They cannot see who is coming down at a high speed, and it's a dangerous environment. So, next slide. What we would like to see is either stop signs placed at the intersection to calm the traffic, force people to come to a slow stop, and then progress either down to El Camino or up West Santa Ynez. And this will allow people who are turning left on Erickson into West Santa Ynez to go up West Santa Ynez, or from Gramercy Drive, left up to West Santa Ynez, to ensure that there might be a stopped vehicle there before they proceed. Otherwise, we'd like to see a traffic circle considered for that space. We think either of these 2 options would not limit the fire station that's up in Hillsborough that sometimes responds to activity that might be needed here in San Mateo. And so it wouldn't impede their progress there. So that is our presentation. We thank you for your time. We'd appreciate some consideration from the council, and maybe we can speak to Public Works about any traffic studies they may have done, that we could do something about this. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our organized presentation for general public comment. We will now be inviting up our individual speakers in chambers. If I call your name, if you can please line up to my right, we'll call your name in order. Our first speaker will be Vanessa Limas Tapia, followed by James Haggerty and Sean Hayes-Pez.
Good evening, council members. My name is Vanessa Lemos Tapia, and I would like to urge the San Mateo City Council to pass a vote of no confidence against Sheriff Cristina Corpus. Our community is at a crossroads, and we deserve leadership that fosters trust and unity, not division and doubt. The investigation led by retired Judge Ladoris Cordell exposed serious issues of retaliation, abuse of power, and conflict of interest within the Sheriff's Corpus administration. These findings have raised significant concerns among residents and local leaders, making it clear that our community's best interests are not being served. Our deputies work tirelessly to protect and serve, often under difficult circumstances. They deserve leadership that empowers them to do their jobs effectively without the distractions of scandal or controversy. More importantly, our residents deserve a law enforcement system built on trust, accountability, and integrity. This vote of no confidence is not just about addressing leadership failures. It's about demonstrating that this council is willing to stand up for what's right for San Mateo. Our community and our deputies deserve better. I urge you to follow the lead of San Carlos and Millbrae by voting no confidence in Sheriff Corpus. Doing so will reaffirm your commitment to the well-being of our community and the integrity of those who serve it. Thank you for your time and dedication to San Mateo County.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be James Haggerty, followed by Sean and Julie Lind.
Good evening, and thank you for your time, Council. I echo the sentiments regarding the recall of Sheriff Corpus. Ignoring a problem is not a neutral act. It is a choice that contributes to the problem itself. When individuals or organizations turn a blind eye to misconduct or systematic failures, they enable those issues to persist and grow. Silence signals acceptance, giving implicit approval to harmful behaviors. In law enforcement, failing to address corruption, negligence, or procedural failures erodes public trust and weakens the integrity of the system. The same applies in leadership. When those in charge avoid difficult decisions or uncomfortable truths, they create a culture of complacency where problems festered unchecked. Ultimately, inaction is complicity. By refusing to confront an issue, one becomes an obstacle to its resolution, allowing damage to escalate and accountability to dissolve. Addressing problems require courage, accountability, and a commitment to integrity. Ignoring an issue does not make it disappear. It only allows it to take deeper root. True leadership and progress come from recognizing challenges, taking decisive action, and fostering a culture where problems are met with solutions, not silence. In the end, refusing to engage with a problem is not just avoidance, it is the endorsement of its existence. Tonight, we ask you to act. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Sean, followed by Julie Lind and Kevin Simpson.
Good evening, honorable council members. My name is Sean Harper. I'm a sergeant with the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office. I also serve on the board of organization of sheriff sergeants. I'm here tonight to respectfully ask that you take a stand against corruption and cast a vote of no confidence in Sheriff Christina Corpus. Corpus alleges that the independent investigation led by the Honorable Ladores Cordell, which I'm sure you're all aware of, was somehow an attack on her. She repeatedly denies sending text messages with homophobic slurs that were forensically proven to have come from her phone. What she refuses to confront, however, are her troubling details of the investigation, including racist remarks that she dismisses as fabricated, a questionable relationship with her civilian chief of staff, Victor INJ, that she flatly denies despite compelling evidence to the contrary, and multiple instances of retaliation against those she was elected to lead. Additionally, the circumstances surrounding the arrest of DSA President Carlos Tapia just prior to the judge's report being released was simply her attempt at silencing an outspoken critic. She sidesteps the questionable timing of the arrest, the failure to follow standard procedures, and the fact that probable cause seemed dangerously inadequate. The evidence strongly suggests that the sheriff tried to ruin a good man's life for her own political gain. Given the historical precedent of arresting or prosecuting political opponents, we view this as not only deeply concerning, but extremely dangerous. The district attorney has since dismissed the charges against the DSA president. The sheriff has failed to address the fact that many of the individuals she personally appointed to key roles in her administration have resigned, quit, or have been fired. Her ongoing claims of mistreatment due to her gender are not only condescending, but also deeply insulting to the many women who have consistently faced mistreatment at her hands. When these issues were raised, they were dismissed. And the courageous women who spoke out were branded as liars. This entrenched misogyny has become synonymous with the Corpus administration. The sheriff has put her own interest and her relationship with Victor INJ above the well-being of the men and women of the sheriff's office. That is clear from awarding him an exorbitant salary of over $200,000, despite his obvious lack of qualifications for the role and her constant defense of him in the face of multiple personnel complaints and his evident mistreatment of women within the organization. This goes beyond just the Cordell report. It reflects the daily reality that the men and women of the Sheriff's Office face. More importantly, it impacts public safety across the county. And that includes your backyard. Voting for a vote of no confidence is a clear statement of solidarity against corruption and a stand for the safety of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next two speakers will be Julie Lind, followed by Kevin Simpson.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, and staff. Thank you for allowing me a few moments of your time this evening. I'm Julie Lind with the San Mateo Labor Council. I know you're all aware of the situation in the Sheriff's Office, largely because you just heard about it from 3 people. But workers everywhere are entitled to workplace environments that are inclusive, respectful, and free from discrimination and harassment. Every employee deserves to feel safe, to feel valued, and empowered to contribute their talents without fear of bias or mistreatment. This includes the employees of the San Mateo County Sheriff's Department or San Mateo County Sheriff's Office, but that environment is nowhere to be found, and it hasn't been for a while. That's why we're here. We're requesting your council join the cities of San Carlos and Millbrae, elected and community leaders across the county, labor, the Democratic Party, and the working people of literally every level of the Sheriff's Office in formally expressing no confidence in Sheriff Corpus's leadership and calling on her to resign. The dedicated employees of the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office are vital partners in protecting San Mateo residents, businesses, and visitors. They respond to emergencies, prevent crime, and ensure public safety across our neighborhoods and across our city lines. Their commitment to our community is unwavering, and we rely upon them every day. They put themselves on the line for all of us, and now they're the ones that are asking us for help. They're asking you for help. The Sheriff's Administration is irreparably compromised. While she remains in charge, meaningful change is impossible. Our community, our county, and the employees of the Sheriff's Office deserve competent and ethical leadership, nothing less. So please move forward with the no confidence resolution. Show the employees of the Sheriff's Office they aren't in this fight alone. Show your constituents that San Mateo prioritizes a Sheriff's Office where equity, respect, and justice are the fundamental guiding principles, and where no one either manipulates the law or considers themselves above it. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker in chambers will be Kevin Simpson.
Thanks. I asked for this time. Often in our biweekly council meetings, you face a huge agenda of very specific items. And then throughout the year and throughout any council member's term, there are major strategic planning initiatives that we all do. So it becomes very clear that there is dedicated space to look at very big, major items, and then there is the daily, biweekly grind of every other kind of agenda item. I'm rising to ask that we also save some time collectively, both city staff and city council, to think about kind of the fundamentals that are in the middle. And one that has struck me over the last few months as we have looked at a number of very contentious or difficult or complicated issues in the city is communication. I think that we need to do more work on outreach, communication, and just clarity and frequency and channels. I hope that you are prioritizing making this an important function and culture rather than a checklist item for all that we do in the future. There have been lots of occasions where lack of communication, lack of adequate outreach has made it difficult for people to have their voices heard or to rise up issues, or there's been just outright confusion about what's going on. And that's kind of a middle range issue. So I'm just urging you as we progress in this new year with our new council, new leadership, and even a relatively new city administrative leadership, that we really save some time to look at the ways that we're reaching out and listening back in. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And our final speaker for general public comment will be in our virtual environment. Zoom user, please unmute your mic. Zoom user, if you could please go ahead and unmute your mic. I'll give you just a couple of more moments to unmute your mic, and failing to do so, we will close public comment for general public comment. Mayor Newsom, that concludes public comment.
Thank you. We'll now move on to new business, the main event. Number 10, North Central Bike Lanes Project Direction. We'll have a presentation. Are we still having a presentation from Matt? Oh, presentation from Director Matt Fabry from the Public Works Department. And Jay's doing it. Welcoming JU.
Sorry to disappoint.
No problem, Jay. Good to see you. I should say that Matt Fabry is under the weather and is joining us in the remote environment, but we're thrilled to have you, Jay. Thanks.
Nice save. All right. Good evening, City Council. My name is Jay Yu, the Engineer Manager for Public Works. And tonight, the main event, as you mentioned, I will talk about the North Central Bike Lanes post-installation review. Tonight, we will go through the background and then quickly talk about community feedback to date, and then jump into talking about some bike usage and collision data, and then talk about the evaluation of alternatives in regards to the Humboldt bike lanes, and then talk about cost and schedule implications, and then lastly, talk about next steps on how to move forward. I do want to note that when we present all the data, all the facts, all the alternatives, we will be asking council to provide direction on addressing community impacts of the North Central Bike Lanes project. Quick overview for the backgrounds. I think a lot of the council members already know this, but I want to talk about the North Central Bike Lanes project because that contains two main segments. Segment number one, which is highlighted in red at the top, is ultimately Humboldt from Peninsula all the way down to Fifth Avenue. And then there's a segment in blue or teal on the Poplar corridor. And ultimately, segment one removed approximately 170 parking spaces to facilitate the Class 2 bicycle facility. And then segment two removed approximately 40 parking spaces. Now, the segment we're here to talk about today is the segment highlighted in yellow. And predominantly that was because the majority of the comments coming from the community is pertaining to the parking removal on Humboldt. A lot of the parking occupancy that we originally received as well pertains to Humboldt, and as you can see, there's 170 spaces that were removed out of the 210 spaces, so our focus will be on the Humboldt corridor. Next, I want to go ahead and walk through a timeline of how we got here tonight, starting at the left, moving all the way to the right. So, April 2020, the city adopted its 2020 Bicycle Master Plan. Ultimately, this plan was something that was done in over a year and a half, and the deliverables is a list of priority bicycle infrastructure projects, over 100 for our city, that is categorized from 1 to 100, multiple metrics including priority, equity, as well as safety, collision, and destinations were considered when we were creating this priority list. And the Humboldt portion of it was the number 2 priority in the whole entire plan. Now, the Poplar component was number 4, but we're here to focus on the Humboldt section. Shortly after that, from January 2021 all the way to July 2021, staff worked on the design as well as the outreach to get this project moving forward using CDBG funding. November 2021, we issued the notice to proceed for construction. Now, a caveat, there were other elements of the project outside of just the bike lanes. We installed new crosswalks, we upgraded hardscape, we grind and pave, we slurried Humboldt and Poplar as a whole, but we did not install the bike lanes. We waited until February 2022 when we seeked council's direction on how to move forward with the bike lanes to do so. Ultimately, council voted in favor 3-2 to go ahead and move forward with the bike lanes, and then the bike lanes were completed July 2022, shortly after. Now, everything after this point has been a lot of community feedback coming through, and we'll talk about that. But another milestone was the development of the North Central Complete Streets Plan. So this was done between March 2023 and May 2023. Ultimately, City Council wanted staff to relook at transportation options and other modes to improve North Central, ultimately because of the impacts of the bike lanes, mostly because of the parking removal. So staff went ahead and started that plan in May 2023, and we'll touch on this a little bit later. So June 17th, 2024, City Council directed staff to re-engage with the community. After about 2 years of the facilities being in place, there has been a lot of comments coming to staff as well as the council members of some of the impacts that have affected the residents on Humboldt. So staff quickly worked with our team and resources, and we held a couple of community meetings, one with the Live Experience group in a smaller setting in October, but the big one was in December 4th, 2024, where over 120 people showed up to the MLK Center to go ahead and give us feedback. It was a good turnout. That ultimately rolled into tonight's comments, and we're going to be sharing some of those feedback from the community meeting. But this is how we got here to this point, and we're going to go over some of the data. Right after we installed the bike lanes, there were really 3 items City Council wanted staff to work on immediately, and they're broken down into 3 buckets. The first one, increased parking supply. So we implemented the King Center overnight parking program at the King Center, so you can go ahead and park there overnight and then move your car in the morning. We have about a 70% take rate. We also allow for vehicles to park in their driveway where there is parking on Humboldt as well as Poplar. We do not cite vehicles to try to increase supply in terms of parking in the community. And then they also directed us to look at 2 options in terms of increasing parking supply. One is to explore leasing options in nearby parking lots. So the DMV, the Army National Guard, San Mateo Superior Court, and we'll talk about that a little bit later as well as explore a residential parking permit program, and RPPP, and we'll talk about that too. 2 other immediate incentive programs that benefit the North Central community. We have red tipping program. Ultimately, anybody in the public can go ahead and look at our fee schedule and request for red tipping for all types of reasons. If you're in the North Central community, you will have your fee waived, and we have a list for the whole entire city. If you're from North Central, you immediately go to the top, and we will go ahead and review that request. The same is done for blue curbs as well. So this is for ADA parking in our public right-of-way. So the fee is waived, and if you're from North Central, you jump to the top of the list. So those are active currently. Next, community feedback. So this is kind of broken up into 3 segments. And the first one is the feedback post-installation. And there we go. I'll use the keyboard. If you remember the North Central Complete Streets Plan, we started in May 2023, and we did outreach for over a year. We're at the point now where we have a list of suggestions coming from the community, and that's broken up into 4 buckets. The community ultimately wants speed calming, circulation improvement, what we would call other infrastructure improvements, and mobility and parking improvements. In terms of speed calming, they want speed humps, raised crosswalks, mini traffic circles, ultimately to calm speeds throughout the greater North Central neighborhood. Circulation, they want to explore all-way stops at more locations, as well as one-way streets. Now, I want to note, the one-way streets that the North Central Complete Streets Plan is talking about and coming from the community members are predominantly east-west types of one-way streets, so not north-south, the one that we're talking about on Humboldt tonight. In terms of other infrastructure improvements, street lighting has been one that we've been seeing consistently requested from the community in terms of improving overall lighting in the community. And then next is pavement resurfacing. Mobility parking programs, there's a bunch that they mentioned they would like to see, anywhere from RPPP to driver education program, some type of micro-transit program, as well as improving bus stop all along the North Central community. Then lastly, I want to talk about our 12/4/2024 community meeting, where ultimately over 110 people signed up, 20 people were in standing room only, but it was really important for us to really understand where are the comments coming from. So in the sign-in sheet, we wanted to break it up into 3 groups, whether you lived on Humboldt, lived in the greater North Central community, or lived somewhere else in San Mateo or even another city. So 28% of the people that signed in lived on Humboldt, 75% in North Central, and about 25% in other communities. What was really important for us when we hosted this community meeting, workshop if you will, we wanted to hear from the residents in a table setting to have a facilitator as well as make sure they're letting us know exactly how they feel. But it's really important for us to know exactly where the comments are coming from, so we wanted them to fill a survey. Now, only 66 surveys were filled out of the potential 110 to 130 people, but it still provided good insight, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. So 21 residents from Humboldt, 29 just in North Central as a whole, and then 16 residents from other communities and potentially other cities. So here it is, 3 different groups, residents on Humboldt, North Central residents, and residents from other neighborhood. We asked 3 questions, and question number 1 was pretty straightforward. How have the Humboldt bike lanes impacted you, either positively or negatively? Now, there's been other checkbox as well, and qualitatively, there's something we can talk about, but generally speaking, residents living on Humboldt, 76% had a negative impact. And having facilitated the tables and hearing the report outs, the majority of that comes from the parking impact that the bike lanes had ultimately caused. Now, in terms of the North Central residents, 41% were positive, 38% were negative, and 21% were mixed. Generally speaking, qualitatively, just by listening to all the residents in that room that night, they were in favor of the bike lanes, and they like that San Mateo is spending resources and infrastructure in the community. But overall, there is the understanding that the parking impacts is significant, and that's a real thing that residents are living with. And then residents from other neighborhoods, 69% were positive in regards to the bike lane, 25% were negative, and 6% were mixed. Generally speaking, they use the facility, they like the bike lanes there, but they do sympathize with the loss of parking. Question number 2, what improvements would make you feel safer walking, biking, or driving on Humboldt Street? And you're gonna see some common themes here. All 3 groups, whether you lived on Humboldt or from another community, ranked speed calming measure as the number 1 safety improvement they would like to see on Humboldt. And then number 2, lighting improvements. The only variation between the 3 groups that we're looking at is bicycle improvement protection that was wanted from the North Central residents, as well as residents from other neighborhoods. Ultimately, they want even more bike infrastructure and improved bike infrastructure. If you lived on Humboldt, the response was they ultimately want the bicycles off the sidewalks. And then lastly, we talked about a bike boulevard, which is an approach, really a safe streets approach, if you will, where you ultimately have to calm speeds and lower vehicle volume in order to accommodate bikes and vehicles in the same lane. When asked this question, 33% of residents that lived on Humboldt had a negative opinion on it. Now, with that said, 19% were positive, 19% were mixed, and 29% declined to respond at all. Now, having facilitated a table and heard all the report backs, the notion wasn't that they were not in support of a bicycle boulevard, because you get parking, you get a bike facility, and vehicles get to travel there. The thing is, they ultimately did not think you can lower the speeds enough on Humboldt to accommodate a safe facility and a low stress facility for vehicles as well as bicyclists. And you see that kind of description throughout all 2 other groups as well. So North Central residents, 34% were negative, 28, 24, and 14% were positive, mixed, and no response. And then residents from other neighborhoods as well. 38% had a negative opinion on it, 31% positive, 19% mixed, and 13% no response. I think the key takeaway when we're analyzing this is They support a bike boulevard, but they are curious and suspicious of whether it would be effective, and it ultimately depends on implementation. Next, we want to talk about bike usage and collision data, because if you recall, one of the three main talking points or comments that we receive is there aren't any bike usage on Humboldt. So what we've done is we went ahead and mapped out the greater North Central area. Blue is represented by the existing bike infrastructure, and then the yellow lines represent future bike infrastructure coming to the community. So starting at the left at Peninsula, there's a Class 2, Class 4 facility. Right down the middle is Monte Diablo, which is a future bike boulevard. And then to the right, 3rd and 4th Avenue is also a Class 2 and Class 4 facility. If you look at the intersections of where the existing facilities are and where the future facilities are, in San Mateo High, College Park, MLK Center, and Gateway Park, we went ahead and decided to choose the most populous intersections from Peninsula, Poplar, Indian, Monte Diablo, Tilton, 3rd, 4th, and 5th to collect some counts, because we felt like these are the intersections we'll go ahead and get the most data from. So this is kind of the context of where the intersections are coming from. The slide here represents the total bicycle trips entering an intersection. So what this ultimately means is this is the number of bicyclists that enter an intersection. If you're traveling from the south and moving to the north, you can cross all 8 of these intersections, and your trip will show up in all 8 intersections. This is not a unique rider data, so we won't be able to track a unique rider that's going into the corridor at 5th and then potentially leaving on Monte Diablo. This is an aggregate of trips per intersection. But it is insightful. If you look at the data, Tilton Avenue has 65 trips entering. Now, another caveat for this is we took the data from the AM and PM peak, meaning we took it from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. and then 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. So out of the 11, 12-hour possible hours, we decided to choose 4 hours. Now, this is an industry standard for us to use peak hour to understand the maximum amount of potential usage in the intersection. I also want to note that this is one particular day, a weekday, that we went ahead and chose data from. But even with that said, you can see that on Tilton Avenue, there were 65 trips that entered the intersection, and then the lowest intersection is at Peninsula. Now, another thing we wanted to talk about is, what are the trips that are entering and actually using Humboldt? So say you're from the side streets and you're turning into Humboldt, either going north or south, or you're just cross traffic. You're on Monte Diablo and you're just riding straight through Humboldt. We wanted to understand what the split is. So here are the splits. On Humboldt Street, you can see that a large percentage of the users that actually enter the intersection is ultimately using Humboldt Street. There are some, such as Monte Diablo, that had 40% of the trips that are cross traffic, which makes a lot of sense because Monte Diablo is where our ped and bike bridge is to get over US 101, one of our few of them. But ultimately, I think the takeaway from this, in this one snapshot, one data point, is there are users that are using the corridor that are bicyclists. So here's the average, about 84% of riders that we surveyed on this particular day in the AM/PM peak use Humboldt. And then there's 16% that are cross traffic. Next, the same 8 intersections, we wanted to go ahead and look at some of the collision data. So this collision data subset, there's a lot of areas that you can get data. The most trusted that we have is from our internal police department. So this is the record from our police department that we gathered the data from 2017 all the way to October 2024, and we went ahead and aggregated it throughout all the intersections. So you can see on East Poplar Avenue, there was a total of 83 incidents that had occurred in this time frame. Now, what we wanted to do is understand what type of collisions they are pertaining to mode. So we went ahead and looked at the splits. I'm not going to go over every single one. We could go ahead and pause this and come back at this later, but there are some areas that I do want to highlight. So we look at Peninsula Avenue, you can see out of the 53 accidents or incidents that have been reported, this is reported data only, 69.8%, 70% of that are vehicle-to-vehicle related, 3.8% involves a pedestrian, 0% involves a bicyclist, and about 26% involves property damage, so someone hitting a fire hydrant, hitting a tree, a fence, etc. The only intersection out of the 8 that we looked at that had a bicycle collision was at the intersection of 4th and Humboldt. So that represented 1.5%, but if I remember the raw data, it was one incident that had occurred, I believe, in 2019. So I think this is important to understand, the kind of modes that are having collisions in these 8 intersections. But I just want to caveat, this is for this 8 intersection. These do not include near misses, incidents that have not been reported. These are the ones that we can verify from our police department. One thing that I wanted to provide here, and I want to caveat this, there has been 5 years of pre-installation collision data, and about 2.5 now, maybe a little bit more at the date of this presentation. And it's not an apples-to-apples sample size because we have 5 years pre and then only 2.5 post, but I do want to provide some type of qualitative comparison, pre-installation and post-installation. So what you're looking at here is if we take the delineation line of when the bike lanes were completed, July 2022, and we just went back 2 years and look at that subset of data. That is August 2020 to July 2022. And then we went the other way when we installed the bike lanes. So July 2022 plus 2 years, all the way to July 2024. This is how the collision data in the 8 intersections would ultimately add up. Now, I want to caveat this again. August 2022 to July 2022, that was the COVID pandemic era. A lot of modal changes, as you would know, but we could go ahead and talk about that as well. But if you look at that, there was a 23% increase from pre and post when we're comparing the collision datas. And we're talking about mode splits, about 31% increase for vehicles. It went from 52 to 68. Pedestrians collision went from 4 pre-installation to 0, and then bicycle incidents remained at 0, and then property damage increased by about 30%, so 10 to 13. Now the fluctuations in percentages are pretty big, but that's because we have a really small sample size to begin with, so any type of fluctuations pre and post would have a pretty significant percentage increase. But I do want to provide this slide for some context. Next, the evaluation of alternatives. So there's a spectrum here. Alternative 1 all the way to alternative 4, and I'll go ahead and talk about it. But alternative 1 is, we're just going to keep it as is. We're not going to do anything different. We're going to retain the existing bike lanes, and we're going to have no restoration of parking. Alternative 2 is a bicycle boulevard on Humboldt. Ultimately, parking will be restored on that entire stretch of Humboldt that will give residents about 170 parking spaces back. Now, the bike lanes will convert from dedicated class 2 to some type of shared facility with speed calming measures implemented. We will talk about costs, but there will be a significant investment in capital costs in order to reduce the speeds on that street to 20 to 25 miles per hour. And then there's the potential, once we do effectively decrease those speeds, for vehicles to use other streets, other parallel streets in order to get around, because Humboldt is operating at a slower speed. Humboldt right now currently is an arterial, and it is a predominant vehicle mode. It is one of our few connections in the community, this and Delaware ultimately, that goes north-south. So converting this to a bike boulevard would have some vehicle impacts, I want to say, and recirculation in the community. Now, alternative 3 is a partial removal of the bike lanes, and it ultimately installs a pilot bike boulevard. It will restore approximately 60% or 100 parking spaces. It maintains some bike connectivity on Humboldt, and we'll talk about where that is exactly later. But it also expands on bike infrastructure in the long term to key amenities. And then alternative 4 is the opposite of alternative 1. We're going to remove the bike lanes in totality. Parking is fully restored, and we will not have any bike infrastructure be replenished in the North Central community. I lied a little bit, there's a 5th alternative, but this is really an add-on. It's not really an alternative to what we're doing with the bike lanes. It's really street lighting upgrade. I think we've heard from the community, we heard from the North Central Complete Streets Plan that they would like better lighting. So regardless of alternative 5 can be an add-on to 1, 2, 3, 4, or stand on its own as well. Before we go deeper into the alternatives, because 2 of the alternatives do talk about bicycle boulevard, I just want to touch on it quickly. A bicycle boulevard is not just putting share roads on the roadway and having a bicyclist share the road. There needs to be speed reduction as well as some type of volume control in the roadway in order for a bike boulevard to be effective. And here are some of the treatments. First, we can talk about raised crosswalks at each intersection as you're entering it. This ultimately provides a benefit for pedestrians as they're elevated and vehicles can see them, but it also has a grade change and a grade break in the sense that vehicles have to slow down to go up and over them. Next, around mid-block, we would consider speed cushions along a corridor wherever a bike boulevard is to go ahead and further calm speeds of vehicles that are entering an intersection. There would definitely be pavement markings, signage throughout the entire area, even potentially lane reduction markings, and we could get creative as well. And then if we need to, even at intersections that are not stop control, we can consider traffic circles or mini traffic circles. Some might not be pretty if it's a quick build, but it ultimately gets the job done in slowing down vehicles and crossing an intersection. So when we talk about bike boulevards, we're not talking about it in isolation. There will be improvements that are needed to occur. So alternative 2, this is quite straightforward. This is the bike boulevard on Humboldt Street. The red line represents the segment that we will remove the Class 2 facility and then ultimately replace it with a bike boulevard. And what that would do is 100% of the parking that was removed will be restored. So that's about 170 spaces. And then next is a cross section. At the top is how it looks existing. So you can see the bike lane starting from the left, then a vehicle lane, and a bike lane, and then parking. And then at the bottom will be the proposed if we move forward. So parking will be restored on both ends. And then the vehicle lanes will then be shared by bicyclists with speed calming measures throughout the entire corridor to lower speeds. Next, we're looking at alternative 3. So this is the partial removal of the bike lanes. So an additional layer here for us to consider are the yellow lines. The yellow lines represent future bike infrastructure that's coming to North Central. And what we're proposing in this alternative is to remove parking from Indian to 2nd Avenue. So that gets you about 60% of parking back on Humboldt. That's about 100 parking spaces, but there will be a gap in connectivity because north of Indian, the Class 2 will remain, so parking will not be removed. And then south of 2nd, the same thing. The parking, the Class 2 facilities will remain and parking's not removed. But there is a void in the middle. So as a result, staff would pilot and reach out and see if we would do a bike boulevard to make up the connection, either on Idaho Street or Fremont Street. Now, both the streets have its pros and cons. Idaho, one of the pro is it is very close to Humboldt. It's only 1 block away, so there's closer connectivity. Fremont Street is a little further away, but they are closer to some amenities. Gateway Park, MLK Center, and it terminates at College Park, which we know is a destination for kids that utilize the bike lanes to get to school. If we look at the cross-section here, very similar to some of the other figures. The existing, of course, on Idaho and Fremont, there's parking on both sides and some narrow vehicle lanes in the middle. If we are to propose and change this to a bike boulevard, it's staying ultimately the same, but bicycles will cohabitate with vehicles. And then lastly is alternative 4. Very straightforward as well. We will remove the entire bike facility represented by the red line that is on Humboldt from Peninsula down to 5th, and we will not replace it with any other bike facility in the community. This option will restore 100% of the parking spaces, so 170 spots on Humboldt, and this is the similar cross-section that we have seen before. Leasing options. This is one that we talked about earlier. If you recall, City Council directed staff to look at leasing options. So another large map, and I'm going to go ahead and navigate you to what to look at. So everything in green represents the potential leasing options or parking lots available in North Central. So that represents the San Mateo Superior Court, the DMV, the California National Guard, as well as Cal Water, and some school parking lots. Now, a couple of key considerations when we reached out to the DMV, and I think this is consistent for every other property as well, as they are going to require some type of interagency agreement. Market rate is something that they do expect the city to pay if we ultimately want to use it. And every facility will have limitations in terms of when our residents can park there. So for example, the DMV said from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Monday, Friday, and weekends is something that they would expect. So residents, if they're parking there, they have to get their cars out before 6 a.m. They require daily maintenance as well, as mentioned by the DMV, so we'll have to set something up. And ultimately, there is a limitation in terms of the number of residents this will benefit, because if you look at the geography of how this is set up, all of the facilities that's available in North Central is to the north. It's very region specific, and what we've heard from the community is not only is supply something that they want to have in terms of parking, it's proximity to supply. So the story that I've been hearing is when we're buying groceries, we're coming home 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, we don't want to park 3 to 4 blocks away and carry our 20-pound grocery bags all the way home. And this would not serve that purpose. But this is something that staff looked at, but ultimately looking at how it's split up in terms of the region, it is not, I would say, a viable option. Next, another big one, a residential parking permit program. So there are 3 buckets I want to kind of go over. Policy limitations, limited on-street supply, and capital maintenance and upkeep. And starting with the policy limitations, our current adopted our PPP policy allows areas within residential neighborhoods where on-street parking is impacted by parked cars from non-residents. So this is non-residents that are causing the chaos. Now, a lot of times, what we've noticed is not necessarily non-residents are causing the impact, it's the density in North Central that is causing an imbalance in the supply and demand. Another thing to consider in our policy is parking generators. So these can be school, businesses, commercial districts, etc. So for example, if you live right near the downtown and vehicles are parking in your street because they don't want to pay the meter, this is considered a parking generator from a commercial district. If we look at how the land use is split up on Humboldt, it might not necessarily fit the bill for all of this. Now, I mind you, this is the current policy, not saying the policy can't be amended or changed or a new program can be implemented, but I do want to bring this to council's attention. Next is limited on-street supply. In order for RPP program to be effective, the supply and the demand has to have some type of equilibrium, if you will. What we understand is, right now, qualitatively, about 2 to 3 vehicle per household in North Central to be conservative, if you will. Say there's 300 parking spaces available in Humboldt, there would need to be significantly more than that, almost 600, 700 spaces in terms of supply that is needed in order to actually fulfill this need. So what does this mean? We will need to determine a threshold in terms of how many permits we give per resident on wherever the area is in order for the residential parking permit to be effective. We cannot hand out unlimited permits, so we need to define what that is. So if a home has 4 cars and we issue, our policy is, okay, we can only have 2 because that's the supply in the street, that decision will have to be made. Now, some data that we learned from the community meeting, there are also residents that rely on the public right-of-way to park their commercial vehicles to run their business. Now, currently in our policy, that's not something that's allowed, but again, we can amend that. But consideration is there will be some impacts to the residents if we ultimately issue a RPP program, and supply and demand will ultimately be, I want to say, the pinch point. And lastly, capital maintenance and upkeep. If we do just issue an RPP program just on Humboldt Street in itself, it will be the largest program the city currently has. Right now we have over 3,500 permits. This will ultimately increase that to the largest program that we have in North Central. There will be significant capital costs in terms of signage and permits that we have to fabricate and put out there. But permit issuance, we do that every other year. We will need to issue permits every other year, renew it. We have to have a whole administrative cycle to vet that you actually live there, utility bills, the whole shebang. And enforcement will be something to consider as well if we do implement an RPP program. So now again, not saying it can't be done. We can amend the policy, we can have a new policy, but these are some of the things to consider when talking about an RPPP program. Next, I'll touch on this briefly, street lighting. I know it sounds amazing, but there are some trade-offs to it. Comes with a lot of lighting, comes with ultimately some type of spillover, if you will, but ultimately, if you increase lighting, there is a chance of lighting coming into your front bedroom, your dining table, or properties that have really zero setbacks, if you will. This is something that we've seen in other communities when we upgraded lighting. The lighting in the North Central community is already set for a residential street. The nature of the roadway is they're very narrow streets. They're 40 feet face to curb on Humboldt. And ultimately, for our street lighting, that is a residential street light. If we upgrade that to, say, a collector lighting or roadway arterial lighting, that will cause some type of spillover into people's front window, etc. So just consider that when we're thinking about upgrading lighting in the community. Next, I want to talk about costs and schedule implications. So here are all 5 alternatives that we discussed, starting at left, keep as is. There's no cost. We're going to keep it as it currently is. Alternative 2, if we are to move forward with a Humboldt Bike Boulevard, the removal of the bike lanes will cost approximately $850,000 in itself. So this ultimately will restore ordered parking. But I want to note, the reason why it costs so much is because on the $1.5 million stretch, we had to recenter the center line because we had parking on one side and parking not on the other. So it wasn't exactly split right down the middle. Every single lane line, every single limit line, crosswalk, etc., had to ultimately be restriped. So if we are to remove all the thermoplastic on this entire stretch, 1.5 miles of it, we will need to do that as well as slurry the whole entire road and redo new striping. In terms of the bike boulevard, this is estimated to be about $2.2 million to have the actual speed calming infrastructure be in place. So all in, alternative 2 will be about $3 million, and it would take about 6 months to a year to go ahead and restore, ultimately, the parking spaces and remove the bike lanes, and it'll take another 1 to 3 years for us to implement the bike boulevard infrastructure. Alternative 3, the restoration of parking and bike lane removal is a little bit cheaper because we're not talking about the entire stretch now. We're only talking about the stretch from Indian to 2nd. This is about $620,000, and this will also take about 6 months to a year. To do the parallel pilot bike boulevard, either on Idaho or Fremont, this would be about $150,000 to $300,000. This will take about 6 months to a year. I want to note that we will engage the community if City Council decides to go this route before we go ahead and do the installation, and we'll talk about next steps later. So that's phase 1 of alternative 3. The long-term solution for this as well is to do a connectivity study. So after we install a pilot bike boulevard, we will have to reanalyze how we can better improve bicycle infrastructure in the community. And that's done through a connectivity study, about $60,000. And then we will ultimately implement that connectivity study recommendation, and that's estimated to take or cost about $1 million and take up to 1 to 3 years. All in, this will be $1 million for the long-term solution, and what staff would envision is this will be included in our current North Central Complete Streets Plan. Alternative 4, this is the full bike lane removal and full parking restoration and no bike lane or bike infrastructure provided by North Central. This is just $850,000 to remove the bike lanes and then ultimately restore parking, all 170 spaces, and that's $850,000. And then lastly, street lighting upgrade. So there are 3 choices here. Humboldt will cost $45,000, Fremont would be $25,000, and then Idaho would be $20,000. If you ultimately decide to say, for example, go with Humboldt Street and as well as Fremont, that will be $70,000 to do the street lighting upgrade. So next steps. This is 4-phased approach. Phase 1 is where we're at now. We're seeking direction. We're asking City Council, how do we want to proceed forward? Next, we will do engagement and the funding plan. So we're going to engage the community to really narrow down our scope and then develop a funding plan. We're going to come back at phase 3 and ask City Council for funding appropriation to move forward with the ultimate phase, which is implementation of what City Council directed us to do. So again, you saw this in the beginning. Staff is ultimately asking council to provide direction on addressing community impacts of the North Central Bike Lanes project. Thank you very much. I know that was very long, but Jay, you engineer manager, and I'm excited for questions and comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jay. At this time, we will open it up to public comment.
Yes, Mayor Newsom. So we'll be going to public comment at the moment, and before we do that, I do have some quick housekeeping items. If you intend to speak on this item and you have not already submitted a request to speak slip, please do that now. We will be calling the last speaker. So after that point, we will not be accepting any additional requests to speak on this item. There are some new faces with us in the audience, or some who maybe this your first city council meeting, so just wanted to do a brief word about decorum. We understand that there's a lot of strong opinions on this topic. Our motto in San Mateo is give respect, get respect. We ask that we do have a large number of people who wish to speak on this topic tonight. We do ask that you adhere to the time limits that are set by City Council. We will also ask that you do not provide any clapping, cheering, or jeering from the audience, as this can put a chill on public comment. And we want to create an environment where people feel comfortable with providing public comment. So we do have some requests to speak on this item, and we will start with an organized presentation.
Point of order. Mr. City Clerk, can I ask when we're having public comment on this item? I would just respectfully request, if people opt to do so, can they please tell us which neighborhood they live in, or if they are a city, or if they live in the city of San Mateo?
You can certainly make the request. I mean, it's not a condition of speaking, and individuals can choose whether to follow through on that request or not to do so.
Simply an ask, a request. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. So Tally?
So if you're comfortable, we'd like to know, if you live in the neighborhood, or, what your relationship is with these bike lanes. For example, if you use them regularly, we'd love to hear that. And if you live in North Central, we'd love to hear that. So, thank you.
Mayor Newsom, we have a total of 61 requests to speak on the item. So per council adopted rules and procedures, that'll be 1 minute per speaker. As mentioned, we will begin with our organized presentation, which is one person speaking on behalf in lieu of multiple speakers. So we'll have our organized presentation first, and then we'll move to our individual speakers, and that'll go from individual speakers in council chambers to individual speakers in Zoom.
Sure. Mr. Clerk, how many group presentations do we have? Is
We
it
have
just
one
Okay.
request.
Can I ask that we will take a break at 9:10? No? What? What? Well, that'll get us halfway through. Right? We'll take a break halfway through, so nobody will be upset. We'll let you know now. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we'll start with our organized presentation, which will be delivered by Tasso Zagrafos.
Honorable Mayor, council members, my name is Tasso Zagrafos. I live in San Mateo. I'm representing several individuals who live on North Humboldt and the North Central area. I'll be going fast with this presentation, so bear with me here. You have a copy. We'd like you to restore the parking. Next slide. Many of you maybe have heard there are millions of bike trips going on North Humboldt on this stretch. Some are saying 10,000 a month. All of those are untrue. It's fantasy. Next slide. What's happening is about 5 to 10 unique riders are doing about 3 trips per weekday, and they're saving about a minute of travel time. If they went down another way, for instance, I'm an avid bike rider, belong to Silicon Valley Bike Coalition. I travel off high traffic areas. So, you know, if they took an alternate route, they'd cost them another minute of time, basically. Next slide. It isn't just about the stretch of road and the people who are impacted with the parking, but it's a spillover effect. It's a domino effect. You take away parking on Humboldt, and it impacts a number of different people in the area around that. Next slide. City survey did 1 day, 4 hours. We've done 87 times more than that, 2 weeks and 350 hours so far. Next slide. The city had a report. It identified some interesting data, not really usable if you ask me, but what is usable, it says that most bike trips happen between Monte Diablo and Tilton. Next slide. So the most bike trips, according to the city's survey, happen around the 100 block of North Humboldt. So what we did, next slide, is we placed 2 cameras monitoring traffic both southbound and northbound on Humboldt 24/7 for the last 2 weeks. Next slide. Let's play a few videos if you don't mind. This is AI video detection using machine learning. This is the camera facing northbound in the morning hours. Next slide. This is the same camera counting vehicles, bikes, cats, people in the afternoon hours. Next slide. This is a different camera looking southbound, counting and encapsulating all the data and recording it. Next slide. And this is the afternoon hours. Anyway, this video is continuously running, and we're adding more cameras to that Humboldt stretch, as well as other locations. Next slide. So the software that's used is off the shelf. Anyone can use it. We use a number of them, about a dozen of them in the marketplace. They can identify bike, person, wheelchair, cat, dog, truck. Next slide. This is north-facing in the morning. Next slide. You've already seen these. This is south-facing in the afternoon. Next slide. Notice that as it crosses the 2 virtual lines that are placed by software there, it hits 1 and 2, and then the counts will change from 46 when that van passes. And if another car goes up the other way, it'll go to 39. Next slide. We actually capture that van, 47, 39, the next vehicle, and also a person walking on the sidewalk. Next slide. This is a person walking on the other side. We have a software lens. We can zoom in and we can capture that lens and know who's walking and when they've walked. Next slide. This is a biker coming down, going northbound on that. We put the software lens on them, we capture that image, and we can record the date and time when they moved. Next slide. This is a vehicle in the other camera looking northbound. Next slide.
and we can also zoom in on them and capture their details and record them date, time when they move. Next slide. This is another biker, series of slides, so hit next, 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 next. We're tracking them as they go along, southbound. One more, one more, one more. Hold, put a lens on them, we can capture them, keep a record of it. We know if Mike Swire is riding down North Humboldt, we have a record of when he did it, and we can hold on to that. Next slide. So on average, about 5 to 10 riders are doing approximately 3 bike rides a day during the weekday, or bike trips, events, and then 2 on the weekends. And those get the privilege, those few get the privilege of saving a little time. If they went through an alternate route, it would cost them about another minute of travel time. Next slide. So here is the travel time. We've measured it. It's 1 minute. Next slide. There are no kids during this last 2 weeks who've been riding on that boulevard. Next slide. The cost in gas is about $24,000 for those looking for parking. Next slide. This is the big one, environmental concerns. 50 tons of greenhouse gas expended.
Thank you, Joshua. That concludes the organized presentation.
Remove the bike lane. Remove the bike lane.
Thank you.
Put back to the parking.
We will now move to our individual speakers. As mentioned before, if you could please line up to my right. We do have a lot of requests to speak, so we want to make sure that we get an opportunity to hear everyone's comments tonight. So if your name is called, if you can please line up to my right, that would be greatly appreciated. Our first individual speaker will be Tim Donnelly, followed by Trina Pierce and Kevin Simpson.
Good evening. My name is Tim Donnelly. I live in North Central. I bike daily. I don't have parking issues myself, but most of my life I've parked on the street, so I understand that aspect of it as well. I only speak for myself. I don't represent any organizations or any other people. I would just say that a good trade-off is to restore the parking from Poplar South and finish the bike lane on San Mateo Avenue from where it ends at, I think, Monte Diablo to downtown. You're trying to bring people downtown. You have no bike lane that gets them there. So I'll let other people speak. I know it's a long night for everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Trina Pierce, followed by Kevin Simpson and Kyle Mix.
Good evening. Many of us vividly recall the day that the bike lane was put in, that it was voted. And as we listened to the council members, and then the mayor then at the time was so getting his way that he convinced 2 of the other council members to vote to remove the bike lane. We repeatedly requested a shared bike lane, but that didn't align with the desires of the mayor and his allies in the Silicon Bike Coalition. And then they keep talking about all this money. Misappropriation of the funds was already, they accepted that. Bike Coalition, the mayor at the time accepted that. The funds were here, it says here in the BDG that the priority neighborhoods were primarily North Shoreview and North Central. They were put in to make improvements for the seniors and pedestrian walking. Nowhere did it say install a bike lane. It said maintain bike lanes.
Thank you, Trina. Our next speaker will be Kevin Simpson, followed by Kyle Mix and Giuliano Carlini.
Good evening, Council. Thanks for the opportunity to speak once again on this topic. A decision like this, I live in North Central, I live on Humboldt. The parking was taken out from in front of my house. I do ride my bike. I'm not part of any bike group. I'm not one of those bike people, as some people like to call them. But I adamantly support the bike lanes. A decision like this calls for our level best in terms of understanding, creativity, outreach, deliberation, and yes, fair play. We should be able to say we are confident that we have the data we need to understand what's happening with the bike lanes. We can't say that. We just heard a presentation that left out someone put in a coma on a bike accident at Humboldt and Tilton. We should be able to say that adequate community outreach has been done, and I don't think we can say that. In December, the city presented complex data and complex options, and offered no opportunity for people to ask questions and hear the answers from their fellow citizens.
Thank
We should
you.
be able to say that the city has
Thank
not
you.
sought to steer the community.
Thank you.
Can't say that.
Our next speaker will be Kyle Mix, followed by Giuliani Carlini and Elaine Salinger. And our final speaker in Zoom will be SMYCA.
Thank you for letting me speak. I live in Sunnybray. I have a 4.5-year-old daughter who just learned how to ride her bike. I'm a very proud father. We are a bicycle boulevard on Sunnybray. And I can tell you, having lived there for 6 years now, I have not seen a meaningful difference in terms of rate of flow of traffic. She's not allowed to bike on her own down the street. I can't imagine it would be any different. North Humboldt is a much faster moving street than ours. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Giuliani Carlini, followed by Elaine Salinger and Ting Tay.
Welcome, guys. Thanks for listening to us. Been riding 40 plus years, been hit half a dozen times, never in a bike lane. If these lanes are underused, I'm not sure that they are, but if they are, the question isn't, should we remove them, but why? Palo Alto, 40 to 50% of kids get to school themselves on their bikes. What's the ratio here? If it's less than that, the question should be, what do we need to do to make it safe for them to ride? It's not removing the bike lane. The premier street in Palo Alto is Bryant. The key element of it is not presented for a bike boulevard tonight. That is modal filters that stop cars from going through. All right? But to tell you the truth, somebody's been doing this. I'll take a bike lane, ideally protected. Buffered would be okay.
Thank you.
Every time.
Thank you.
Please don't remove this.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Elaine Salinger, followed by Ting Tay and Chris Kettner.
Hi, my name's Elaine Salinger. I am the chair of the San Mateo County Citizens Climate Lobby, and I represent about 1,200 members, about 200 of which live in the city limits of San Mateo. I've also served on the San Mateo County Bike and Pedestrian Advisory Council for 7 years and was the chair for 2 years. So San Mateo County had a civil grand jury report in the summer of 2023 that showed that there had been no increase in cycling in San Mateo County over 25 years, and the reason was because of a perceived lack of safety. Any cyclist will tell you that there are at least 100 near misses for every incident, every collision. Please do not remove these bike lanes. We need more bike lanes to get cyclists out there, not fewer. Please.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Ting Tay, followed by Chris Kettner and Seema Patel.
Good evening to the San Mateo Council and everyone in the meeting. My name is Tang. I live in the North Humboldt Street, neighborhood. Oh, okay. I hope for the city to keep the bike lane and not alter it. I prefer riding on the Humboldt Street than Delaware Street because I don't feel as safe. Delaware Street forces bikers to share the road with cars. I also found that drivers in the area often tailgate and speed in the area. They sometimes cut other cars regardless of the traffic light. I sincerely ask for the city to please keep the bike lanes and to ensure the roads are safe for all to use. Busy roads like Humboldt Street near schools and residential should be safe for everyone to use. Safety before convenience. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Chris Kettner, followed by Seema Patel and Mayuri Patel.
Hi, I'm a San Mateo resident, but I ride that corridor a lot for commute, and it is a slice of heaven on Humboldt. The rest of if you travel from north to south or vice versa, it is a white knuckle death match on most of the streets. So it's no mystery that the metrics are off about the success of that corridor, because to get there and to get out of it is still very dangerous. So nobody's going to send their kids down there. It's not going to immediately increase activity on that. It's going to take a while. It doesn't Just because the bike lanes are put in doesn't make San Mateo, Amsterdam in a week. So it's going to take a long time for people to get used to the fact that you can travel safely. I discovered Humboldt by accident on my commute, and it was fantastic, and I hope that you don't remove the bike lane.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Seema Patel, followed by Mayuri Patel and Colin Madeir.
Hello, I currently serve on the Planning Commission, but I'm speaking on my own behalf tonight. In 2022, the city shared collision data that said that this corridor was responsible for 11% of all citywide bicycle collisions. I would like to know why the data presented at the community meeting and today is different. Was the data in 22 wrong, or is the data today wrong? There was also a comment that bicycle boulevards are simply not a painted sharrow and a sign. I submitted 4 pictures this morning where we have conditions in San Mateo where it is exactly that. So I would like to know what our standards are for a bicycle boulevard. Ultimately, if San Mateo does not make it safe for people to walk, bike, or take public transit, parking shortages and traffic are only going to get worse, not better, as the city grows to potentially include over 19,000 new units of housing and 3 million square feet of new office and retail. If we can't shift to active transportation, then what is our plan for growth? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Mayuri Patel, followed by Colin Madeir and Gregory Caniff.
Hi, I'm Mayuri. I'm 9 years old and I live near the bike lanes. I think you should keep them because A, cars pollute and bikes don't. B, biking is exercise. C, in my opinion, biking is fun. D, the fresh air that you get while biking is great. And E, the bike lanes make it less scary to bike. So that's why I think I want to keep the bike lanes. So keep them. Please times 877,643. Don't undo them. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker will be Colin Madeir, followed by Gregory Caniff and Maggie Bobbin.
Hello, Council. I bike, walk, and drive in San Mateo daily and have done so as a resident for over 10 years. Often this travel is bordering cities, and many years of that has been bike commuting to work. The Humboldt bike lane improvement has made traversing the city far better and safer than before, and it being the only bike lane that spans that area of the city and avoids downtown and connects my family to schools, parks, and Burlingame. It makes me far less likely to drive. That means less traffic. Bike lanes are a necessary infrastructure for a city of this population and wants to reduce car traffic, reduce vehicle homicides, and provide diverse citizens with multiple modes of transit, especially bike lanes on a major road that provide access to 4 schools. None of the bike boulevards in San Mateo have any of the speed calming measures mentioned in the city presentation. This concerns me. Please do not take away this very reasonable improvement away from the entire city, my children, and many other future children, so that it can be filled with cars doing nothing. Streets are made to move people, and whenever possible, cities should prioritize moving people over subsidizing private vehicle storage.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gregory Caniff, followed by Maggie Bobbin and Kai Wu.
Hello, I live on Humboldt Street in San Mateo. My partner's car was seemingly in the presentation earlier. I use the bike lanes daily to commute to work along Humboldt Street past Poplar and down Tilton to Caltrain. Humboldt Street will be less safe without the bike lanes due to merging with vehicle traffic. As noted by Public Works, there is relatively low usage of bike lanes. A deterrent, in my opinion, is the fact that you currently must re-merge with vehicle traffic at pedestrian crossings and intersections instead of remaining in a bike lane. This obviously deters people from feeling safe traveling. Good systems require time to develop. Don't go backwards. Continue to develop a good multimodal system.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Maggie Bobbin, followed by Kai Wu and Maria Terpstra.
Hi, my name is Maggie Bobbin, and I'm a resident of the North Central neighborhood. I'd like to start off by thanking the City Council for making safety a top priority. My partner and I rely on bicycles to get to work every day and use many of the bike lanes throughout the city. We moved to San Mateo 5 years ago because of the walking and biking access of several of the neighborhoods to the Caltrain and downtown. We particularly use the Humboldt Ave bike lanes to access Coyote Point Park and to visit friends in the Sunny Brae neighborhood. While we love the accessibility to downtown, we often find it difficult to connect to different parts of San Mateo due to a lack of connected bike lanes. There are frequently close calls with cars, particularly on roads without bike lanes, as drivers frequently pass close or yell at you for using the current infrastructure. The current bike lane on Humboldt is the longest bike lane in the city and the only one that connects North Central to Coyote Point via Peninsula. The park there is a great asset to the community, however, it is a bit difficult to access, and by removing the bike lanes on Humboldt, getting to the park will be even more difficult. I see kids biking and walking to school every day on these roads, and I want them to have a safe route.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Kai Yu, followed by Maria Terpstra and Claire Stevens.
Hello. Too late to take the helmet off. Had a shower. Yeah, my name is Kai, and District 5 resident. And I bike my kid to school every day, back. So it's a great time for us, best time of the day for me to bond and talk to neighbors, get some free exercises before and after work. So that's what I'm coming from. Regarding parking, one thing I want to point out is that each house should come with 3, if not more, parking space. My house can park 4 cars. Second thing I want to point out is that our streets are public owned, but cars are private property. So on-street parking is not guaranteed automatically. Okay, and bike lanes, it's in our general plan. Action 349, 79, 714, talk about North Central. It's being studied again and again. So I urge council to keep the bike lanes and make this work.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maria Terpstra, followed by Claire Stevens and Anya Lin.
Hi, my name is Maria. Thank you, dear council members, for prioritizing the safety of our families and children on our streets. I live on North Humboldt Street. I am a biker. We have 1 car only for our family. I bike with my 3 kids to school every day, having different times for pickups and then school activities afterwards. Sometimes makes it 4 or 5 bike trips per day for me. We have been hit by a car that did not check for bikers and started unparking. The bike trailer my 2 kids were in was actually hit, despite me seeing and trying to get away from it. And it took me a lot of courage to get back on my bike and bike again. This is why I'm here again for you, to prioritize safety of us biking and my kids biking. The newly installed bike lanes on our streets make biking a lot more safe now. The visibility to cars and to bikes is improved a lot. Due to one side of the street being free of cars.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Claire Stevens, followed by Anya Lin and Miles Kim.
Hi, Council. I'm Claire Stevens. I live on Idaho Street in North Central. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about how our neighborhood has changed because of the bike lane. You'll see front yards full of cars now. Some people are even cementing over their front yards. So we're losing yards, we're losing greenery. Folks are walking further and further to get to their cars, sometimes carrying groceries, kids in tow. Some don't go out in the evening because they don't know where to park when they return. Having evening visitors is difficult because there's nowhere for them to park. Kids that live in apartments have lost their play areas because cars are parking everywhere there now. So our quality of life in our neighborhood has suffered.
Thank you.
And think about how it would be in your neighborhood if this was happening.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Anya Lin, followed by Miles Kim and Eric Stern.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Anya Lin. I'm a San Mateo resident and co-president of Hillsdale High School Bike Club. We all love to eat sandwiches, but do we know what it feels like to be one? As a bike commuter, I'm always squished between the cars that fly past me on the left and the fear of car doors swinging open on my right. This concern is not irrational, as it's happened to me on my way to school. When I ride protected bike lanes like Humboldt, I am so grateful to feel safe within the network of bike lanes. Ripping out the bike lanes will erase this one dedicated, protected connection from downtown to San Mateo High School. I know the city values safe routes to school because you're working on improvements near my school, thank you. So why spend time and money debating whether to remove bike lanes at other schools? It doesn't make sense to me to fight for safe roads that we already have. So please
Thank you.
protected.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Miles Kim, followed by Eric Stern and Amanda Clarissa.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and fellow councilwomen, councilwomen and councilmen. Thank you for making safety a #1 priority of this community. My name is Miles Kim, and I'm a senior at Hillsdale High School. You just heard from my colleague, Anya Lin, and we actually worked with city planners to implement safer infrastructure on 31st Avenue of our high school, which is our busiest and most heavily trafficked high school, to increase safety. And a week ago, on a separate street, I witnessed a bicyclist getting hit by a pickup truck, and from my experience, I know that streets without bike lanes are really dangerous and discourage me and other friends from riding together on those streets. So please keep considering keeping the bike lanes to increase public safety, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Eric Stern, followed by Amanda Clarissa and Will Thrift.
Good evening. I spent most of my childhood on a bicycle, but I found that the changes to Humboldt and the North Central area just have not been effective. I would not feel safe on a bicycle with the program we have in place. And the parking impact to the residents, I live on Idaho, so in the North Central area next to Humboldt, they've been really catastrophic for the people who live there. We have no place to park in the evening, throughout the day. It's chaos. I've heard of people fighting over parking spaces. Not only were the 170 parking spaces removed, we're losing even more due to the daylighting laws that we're not going to get back. Even with that, the parking enforcement is kind of poor and ambiguous, so we really just don't have a safe space for residents to park and bring just live their lives in a way that they need to. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Amanda Clarissa, followed by Will Thrift and Kimberly Shannon.
Good evening, council members. So every day, my husband and I walk through our neighborhood. And since the proposed bike lane on this Humboldt Street have become a hot topic, I've been paying extra attention, and I would say I see hundreds of cars passing by, but only 2 or 3 bikes at most. So I support environmental efforts and safe streets, but this bike lane creates real issues because it's taking away parking spots. Humboldt is home to multi-generational family who rely on multiple cars for work, mobility, and childcare. Removing parking makes daily life harder, forcing people to park blocks away, which isn't always practical, especially for seniors, parents with young kids, and those carrying groceries. Without alternative parking solutions, we're already seeing cars blocking curbs and intersections and creating safety hazards. So I really hope the city will focus on speed calming measures like the speed bumps and raised crosswalk to make the street safer for everyone without making life more difficult to the people who live there.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Will Thrift, followed by Kimberly Shannon and Dana Jordan.
I'd like to start by thanking the council for using their time to think about how to improve my neighborhood, North Central. I live on Humboldt and Santa Ynez, where we now have a beautiful bike lane. My wife and I bike to work, and we really love the added safety that these bike lanes give us. It's so much easier to get to downtown now than it was before. But I think that others have already forcefully made the case for the bike lane's value to bikers. As a resident in the area, for me, what's even more important is the added safety while walking with my wife and child in the area. The bike lanes have significantly reduced the speed that cars drive down Humboldt, which aside from Poplar is the least safe street to cross in North Central. Since they've been installed, I've noticed that cars drive slower, and I see why there have been fewer collisions with pedestrians since they've been put in. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Kimberly Shannon, followed by Dana Jordan and Jacob Shaman.
Good evening, and thank you for making time for all of us. I live in North Central. I've been living in San Mateo for about 4 years. Prior to that, I spent most of my life in either Los Altos or Mountain View. And when I lived in San Mateo, I almost completely stopped riding my bike because I found the bike infrastructure so lacking, and what little there was to be so fractured that it was very difficult to use and still feel safe. And I hope that if we do consider a alternative solution involving partial removal of the bike lane and moving to bike boulevards, that we look very closely at the use of the mini traffic circles, because I live very close to the one on El Dorado and 5th, and people often blow through that without stopping. It is incredibly dangerous. I pass through it as a pedestrian over like 5 times a week usually. I'm constantly going into downtown, and it is very, very bad. And I'm just going to end it on that note, but again, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Dana Jordan, followed by Jacob Shaman and Chi Kao Ming.
Hi, good evening. So I live in North Shoreview. I live on Monte Diablo, which is a bike boulevard currently, and I use the Monte Diablo to get to the Caltrain station every day. And I just want to say, I don't want to go backwards in time and think about spending money that has already been spent, so spending it again to adjust what's already been happening, and also going back in time with respect to to those of us that are trying to not drive our cars and try and be a little more pedestrian and bike friendly and use public transit. And if you're taking away the bike lanes that a lot of people are just now trying to discover or are discovering, that's just going to take us back steps behind. I've been here for 20 years, and I'm telling you, 20 years ago, there were not as many bikers as there are now. It takes a little more time than just a couple of years. And honestly, this isn't going to solve any of the parking problems anyways, because there's too many people around. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Jacob Shaman, followed by Chi Kao Ming and Teresa Kong.
Hi, Council. Good evening. I'm a resident of North Central and a bike commuter and a new father of a 1-year-old here in support of the Humboldt Street bike lanes. First of all, kudos to the city for trying to be data-driven in measuring the bike utilization and collision data, but I expect the reason that we're here is the street parking. So the resource that was not measured is the utilization of the 2,000 or so street parking spaces available in North Central. So I'll provide one data point to start, which is today at noon, on Monday, street parking along Cypress Ave, which is a cross street to Humboldt, was about 75% occupied by non-commuting vehicles. The root cause for parking difficulty isn't too little parking, it's too many low utilization cars. Adding a few percent more spots won't solve the parking problem, but it will incur significant capital costs for the city and the loss of the bike lane. At the end of the day, I hope my kid can grow up in a safe, vibrant neighborhood and not a parking lot. Please prioritize kids over cars and do not remove the Humboldt Street bike lane. Thanks.
Thank you. Before I call the next three speakers, just to check in with the council, we wanted to take a brief pause at 9:10. Is that still direction from council? 10 minutes? At that time, okay. So our next three speakers before the break will be Chi Kao Ming, followed by Teresa Kong and Matt Jones.
My name is Chi Kao Ming. I live in North Central at Humboldt and 2nd. I support keeping the bike lane in Humboldt as is and not removing them and replacing them with a bike boulevard. I bike about 3,000 miles a year, 500 of which is along Humboldt. On weekdays, I ride it about 2 to 6 times, taking my daughter to from Turnbull Preschool, her after-school care, which is off Peninsula, and her various after-school activities. I also use the bike lanes to go to and from work. So in a given month, I use about 100 times, just to provide a data point from a resident who lives on Humboldt. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Teresa Kong, and the final speaker before the break will be Matt Jones.
Good evening. My name is Teresa, and thank you for this time. I actually am a resident in the Parkside neighborhood, and my son actually used to bike to Shoreview. and in October 2023, he was hit by a car in a residential neighborhood without any bike lanes. So I do urge kid safety. Every time I hear about this, every time I'm here at this location, it just scares me because I think about that call I got from the school saying that my kid was hit by a car, and that was not a reported incident because the driver thought, my son thought he was okay, but then I found out not, so the guy just left, and we couldn't report it. We had nobody to report it to. So I urge you to not remove the bike lanes. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker before the break will be Matt Jones.
Good evening, council members and staff. My name is Matt Jones. I'm the Advocacy Director for the Silicon Valley Bike Coalition. Thank you to community members who took the time to be here today, and I'm grateful for all the work staff has put into the community meetings and analysis to conduct bike connectivity in San Mateo. It's important now more than ever to be able to work together. We need to listen with open minds and hearts and hear from people with different life experiences. And we need to work collaboratively to achieve collective goals. And what I heard in conversations from staff, community members, and bike advocates is that we've been talking past each other and we need to build trust. The Bike Coalition staff attended the workshop held in December and we listened carefully. What we heard loud and clear was that what unites us, people want more traffic calming, people want better lighting. The coalition needs a presence here to ensure that community is receiving the investment it deserves. So we've applied for grant funding because this is a long-term commitment and investment, and we need to be thoughtful and inclusive with our approach. While I support the bike lanes, I think ultimately we need to create safer streets and we need to support alternatives that make sense with staff support. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mayor Newsom, with that, we'll take a 10-minute pause. So we'll return at 9:20. Thank you, Mayor
Please call the
Newsom.
next three speakers.
If I call your name, once again, if you could please line up to my right, that'll make sure we'll get through everyone's public comments. Our next three speakers will be Violet Aloft, followed by Mari Effort and Ellen Cannon.
Thank you, San Mateo City Council, for your time. I'm a student and the president of the Environmental Action Club at San Mateo High. I'm here with 6 other members of the club, and we are in favor of protecting the bike lanes in order to aid the necessary shift away from our current car-reliant society. We urge you to consider our future, to consider what you want San Mateo to look like in 30, 40, 100 years from now. It takes many small actions to build the future we want to see. Although bike lanes can be annoying to drivers, limit parking, or might appear to be underused, the only way to promote and expand biking in San Mateo is to protect our current bike lanes and make biking in San Mateo safer by building more, which will ultimately reduce our reliance on cars and need for parking. Transitioning from transportation infrastructure that is dominated by automobiles is not an easy task, but a necessary one. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Mari, followed by Ellen Cannon and Tyler Schoening.
Hello and good evening to the San Mateo City Council members. My name is Mari Erfurt, and I am a sophomore at San Mateo High School and an avid runner in cross country and track, and I run in these streets very often. In these streets, I see multiple bikes and people almost get run over daily, and I propose to keep the bike lanes at Humboldt's. Not only do they promote usage of bikes, but they ultimately will help reduce gas over time and lead to a better environment. They also ensure the safety of bike users, and as a student who knows many people who bike to school from San Mateo and Foster City, I know they appreciate the safety procedures and they help secure protection while riding, including bike lanes. So please, I urge you, don't take away the bike lanes, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Ellen Cannon, followed by Tyler Schoening and Andrew Hugh. Is Ellen with us? If not, we'll move on to Tyler Schoening. Tyler with us? Moving on to Andrew Hsu, followed by Rick Sakuda and Miguel Appelman.
Esteemed members of City Council and City staff, my name is Andrew Hsu. I'm a San Carlos homeowner and 200-mile-a-week bicyclist, also a frequent customer of San Mateo downtown businesses, and try to bike there. I'm also a member of the board of directors of the Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition, but I'm here representing myself. While I'm here to voice my support to keep the existing bike lanes on Humboldt Street, I'm also here to show my support for the residents along Humboldt Street. You see, bicycle lanes are proven to calm and reduce car traffic, as you may have heard. I think it's good for the city to have a visible sign to show support for safer streets. And of course, bike lanes encourage kids and adults to use bicycles, thereby reducing car usage, improving life in that area. If there's any reports of underutilization, as everyone has said, it takes time for these things to happen. We're trying to erase 100 years of car culture by providing better alternatives.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker will be Rick Sakuda, followed by Miguel Appelman and Allison McQueen.
Rick Sakuda, I live in San Mateo. North Central. North Central is identified as an equity priority community, defined as a community that has been historically underserved. It's much like the neighborhood where I grew up, the Fillmore in San Francisco. That means it's people of color, low income, limited English proficiency, seniors 75 and over, single-parent families, people with disabilities, and rent-burdened households per MTC. I would like to add that there's also food insecurity, political exclusion, immigration concerns, and also multifamily and multi-generational housing units. As Rich Hedges told me, it's pretty hard to attend meetings when you're working 2 jobs. What's distressing to me is that it's very hard for people to relate to what's happening in North Central because of disparities in wealth and power and resources and skills and access. I ask the City Council to recognize and address the unique challenges and disparities faced by this marginalized community.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Miguel Appleman, followed by Allison McQueen and Yang Wei and Yuan Chen.
Good evening. I'm Miguel Appleman. I am a teacher at San Mateo High School, and I'm fortunate to have worked with these fine folks. I'm also fortunate that I can bike to school. And as a biker into San Mateo High School, you got the choice of Humboldt or Delaware Street. And Humboldt, the bike lanes are beautiful to ride on. Delaware is crazy town, and you don't want to be there. I think that we got to keep in mind that to increase bike usage, we need more bike infrastructure, not less. When you increase automobile infrastructure, you get more automobiles. It's inevitable. I think you need to look for a mechanism to better allocate the parking spaces that are existing rather than taking away the bike lanes and putting in more parking.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Allison McQueen, followed by Yang Wei and Yuan Chen and Jay Patel.
I live in North Shoreview, and I use the Humboldt Street bike lanes every day. I want to keep them. Many other people agree. 482 people have signed our petition, including over 150 people from zip code 94401, i.e. North Central. A Daily Journal poll shows 85% of people support keeping the bike lanes. The San Mateo Foster City School District Board of Trustees unanimously supports the bike lanes. And in the past 2 weeks, 7 San Mateo school PTAs representing thousands of families have signed on to a letter supporting the Humboldt Street bike lanes, representing thousands of families. I served on the City of San Mateo Safe Routes to Committee for 6 months last year. Our strategic plan will be presented to council this year, but spoiler alert, no one on the San Mateo Safe Routes to School Committee, including City of San Mateo employees, recommends removing bike lanes to enable safe routes to schools. We're not going back.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Yang Wei and Yuan Chen, followed by Jay Patel and Yili Young.
Good evening, Council. My name is Yishan Chen. My husband Yang already took our son home because it's getting late. I live in Fiesta Garden community, and I'm here as a parent and daily bike commuter. My family relies on these bike lanes to get our toddlers to preschool safely through the bike trailer every day, and biking has become one of the best part of our day. My child loves staying on the ride, and we cherish the time together. And at home, we also read books about taking care of the planet. Biking is a good way we live those values. I understand the city is considering replace the bike lane with a bike boulevard, but that's not simply as safe. Mixing the bike with the cars increasing the risk of accident, especially for young children and families like mine. If we truly want to promote the sustainable and safe transportation, we need dedicated bike lanes. I urge the city to keep the bike lanes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next 3 speakers will be Jay Patel, followed by Yili Young and Connie Weiss.
Good evening. I live in North Central on Humboldt Street. We own 2 cars and we use Humboldt for walking, biking, and driving. I don't belong to any group. I love this neighborhood for its walkability and proximity to downtown and public transit. Before the bike lanes were installed, I never thought of bikes as a viable means of transportation. Now I use the bike lane extensively for running errands and commuting, both during on and off peak traffic. I've seen workers, commuters, school students, and parents using the bike lane to drop off children at school. Humboldt is a busy street and a diverse, densely populated area with a busy street should be equipped with multiple transit options. I encourage the city instead to conduct a study on driveway and garage usage, explore RPP, and help determine if parking is truly a problem or is it a problem of induced demand. Finally, we need safer streets in San Mateo. Pedestrian deaths are rising in the country, and North Central is no exception.
Thank you. Our next 3 speakers will be Yili Young, followed by Connie Weiss and Joanne Bennett.
Good evening. My name is Yili Young, and I also live in North Central, and I love my neighborhood. And I bike to work, and ever since the bike lane was put in, it has provided a much safer route for me to bike to Bay Trail to work, and my family to bike to Bay Trail, and also get to different places in San Mateo. And when I bike on the bike lane, I don't have to constantly look back at the cars that's tailgating me and getting very close to me. I feel safe. When I bike on a bike boulevard on Delaware, I'm constantly in fear. So please do not convert into the bike boulevard. Please keep our bike lane. I also witnessed many positive improvement changes in my neighborhood in North Central with the bike lane. And less congestion, more families out biking, especially in the summertime, not in the past 2 week winter time. And in the Santa Ynez intersection, less accidents. So please, do not go backwards. Do not waste money.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next three speakers will be Connie Weiss, followed by Joanne Bennett and Philip King.
Good evening, Mayor Newsom and City Council members. Michael Weinhauer wrote a very detailed and accurate assessment of the Humboldt bike lanes. I hope you've had an opportunity to read it and also view the 8 videos that he took, because I did, and it shows the low usage of these bike lanes. What he recorded is exactly what I see when traveling on Humboldt several times a week. As he states, the benefit of the lanes in terms of usage is grossly outweighed by the burden that has been placed on the residents of North Central through the loss of parking. The previous council who voted for this installation were much more aligned with special interests. Even though a majority of North Central residents made their objections clear, they were ignored. This council impresses me as one who will listen to North Central resident voices, and I hope you will give direction to restore the parking, as it should have never been removed in the first place. Thank you.
Our next three speakers will be Joanne Bennett, followed by Philip King and Michael Reagan.
Good evening, Mayor Newsom and council members. My name is Joanne Bennett, North Central resident. I live in the area. I live on Idaho between Poplar and Peninsula. I just want to say, of all the neighborhoods in the entire city of San Mateo, our neighborhood, North Central, was not the neighborhood to remove over 200 parking spaces. I have nothing against bicycles or bicycle lanes. It's the parking, and the parking does not only affect the residents on Humboldt, it affects the residents on Idaho, on College, on State. I mean, people are parking on their lawns, people are cementing lawns. Not that you have to have a lawn, but and if we're so concerned about greenhouse gases, why do we continue to add lanes on the freeways?
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Philip King, followed by Michael Reagan and Tom Leese.
Hi. Thank you, Council, for taking a moment to hear all of our comments, or an hour. So I'm a parent of a second grader at College Park Elementary School, and I live in the Beresford neighborhood. We cross town every day to that commuter school, and we've been able to replace about 20% of our driving trips with biking over the last 2 years. It's changed our lives. I've lost 25 pounds. My daughter is a cyclist, and similar to other parents who've talked, we sing and talk on our way over to school. I can do that primarily because I have access to safe roads to get there. I ride down Palm, and we cross over and take Humboldt a good percentage of the time when we get over, because it's the safest route. It was actually recommended to me by police officers that we ride on that route as a way where we could relax and get there efficiently and safely. So I wrote a lot of comments, but I want to say that primarily we should be ensuring safety for students, and especially in an area where we're going to open a new school in a couple more years as we add a middle school. We got to go forward to more safety.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Michael Reagan, followed by Tom Leese and Sophia Diaz.
Good evening. A lot of data that you've been provided, a lot of comments you've been provided, but I think the most important thing in my mind, I live on 31st Avenue in San Mateo, is the kind of the human element and the hardship on the neighborhood. And I think you guys have a lot to decide, but I think that's the first consideration you should consider. I sat on the bicycle public committee, I think it was in 2019. We try to put together and connect the city of San Mateo. I don't remember the fact that there was parking that was going to be eliminated. And I think that in those meetings that I went to, I know the area quite well, and there are alternative routes through that neighborhood that I think would accomplish what the bicyclists that need that area would be able to utilize. So thank you.
Our next three speakers will be Tom Lees, followed by Sophia Diaz and Rick Bonilla.
Hello. I think we solved this problem last week when we had the historical ordinance up front, and then we decided to listen to the people that wanted consent first. So I think we should give the North Central people, allow them to give. You must get their consent first before you give them. Take away their parking, because that's what we did last week. And I just also want to say that, I'm a member of the Senior Advisory Committee, but I'm speaking as a private citizen, and I know there's a lot of seniors over there, a lot of disabled people over there, a lot of blue-collar people working over there who are working two jobs and don't have time to come to city council meetings, but everyone who's speaking from you today is riding a bicycle from somewhere and living a very healthy, active life, and not everybody has that opportunity. So it's shocking to me that over 200 parking spots were removed, and they should be replaced. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Sophia Diaz, followed by Rick Bonilla and Jessica Freeman.
Hello, my name is Sophia Diaz. First, I want to say thank you for taking the time to address the safety issue. I also live in the Sunnybrae area. I have lived in San Mateo my whole life and now attend San Mateo High School as a sophomore. Biking as a form of transportation has been crucial, but with the increase of traffic around my school, my parents and myself worry about the safety of biking around SMHS, especially on Humboldt. I have friends who live in Foster City, too, who can't bike to school because of the safety issues, as when sharing the road with drivers, my friends and I have almost been hit by cars backing out or being careless. 2 weeks ago, I witnessed a bike accident on Delaware where a biker was hit onto the ground. Not to mention the environmental impact. By making our biking safer, by keeping the bike lanes on Humboldt, we can push people towards biking, contradicting the stigma around its safety. And in doing so, we can reduce the amount of people who drive to school, thus decreasing fossil fuel emission and increasing the safety and sustainability of our school and city. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Rick Bonilla, followed by Jessica Freeman and Mike Swire.
Hello, Rick Bonilla, former mayor and a person who's been working to make San Mateo safer to walk and bike since 2001. So a little context here, climate change, $10 million shortfall, the high cost of proposed changes, and looking for the future. What about it? Both walking and riding in San Mateo are dangerous. The statistics are well known. We must do better. And one thing about collisions, a bike-car collision often leads to a fatality or serious injury. Even one is bad. We must do better. We have to make streets safe for all, from kids to seniors across all of San Mateo and beyond. That's why it doesn't matter where you live. I'm sorry, okay? We have to do this everywhere and for everybody's safety. We have to move forward, not backward. Bike lanes are an important part of the solution. They cut carbon, they save lives. We need to keep the bike lanes that we have, build more bike lanes and connect them so that we have a fully functional system that will allow people to get off the car and onto the bike. And with that, I'll cut my talk short. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Jessica Freeman, followed by Mike Swire and Jordan Grimes.
Good evening, council members and staff. I'm here tonight to request, like many other of my fellow commenters and community members, to keep the bike lanes on Humboldt. I live off Poplar and bike daily in San Mateo and rely on bike infrastructure to ensure my safety. Removing bike lanes will set us back in making San Mateo a safe place for my community members. And my husband and I risk risk our lives biking. Can risk our lives in unsafe areas, and I hope that San Mateans can help relay that. Spending money to remove the bike lane sets us back in a big way, and deprioritizing bike lane, thus making a community that feels unsafe biking, will only make our parking problems worse. People who use alternative transit, like biking, free up parking for others, so we should prioritize their safety to encourage that action. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Mike Swire, followed by Jordan Grimes and Anastasia Groskowski.
Great, thanks, Council. Thank you for your efforts to keep our community safe. Those who drive have a steel cage, airbags, and 6,000 pounds of mass to protect them. Those who walk and bike don't have these protections. Instead, they have something much more powerful, and that is you. Yes, the San Mateo City Council is the steel cage that protects those who walk and bike. Stupid-looking helmets, blinking lights, and following the rules help, but ultimately it's the decisions by you, the council, our elected officials, that determine how many people live or die on our streets and how many people get in a car because they're too scared to travel otherwise. As Allison said, the bike lanes are popular, especially if the city follows through on the promises of parking programs. They are also popular with many in North Central. To be clear, the North Central Neighborhood Association has not taken a position on this issue because the community is not unified on the issue. In the candidates forum, Councilwoman Nash acknowledged this by saying that North Central, quote, supports the bike lanes, but that residents were upset about lack of notice. Please keep the bike lanes and let's move forward, not backwards, in keeping our streets safe.
Our next three speakers will be Jordan Grimes, followed by Anastasia and Dan Province.
Good evening, Council. Honorable Mayor Jordan Grimes, lifelong resident of the city of San Mateo. Growing up here, my family did not have a lot of money, and my parents both worked to support our family, and so I biked to school every day, starting in middle school, biking from 19th Avenue Park, across the train tracks, down Barneson to Burrell, and then later to Aragon. I cannot count the number of near misses that I had, friends that I had who were less lucky than I was. I don't want to see that future for our students today. For so many people, including myself, I still bike. I biked here tonight. This quite literally is a matter of life and death, and I don't subscribe to the theory that this has to be either or. We can absolutely find a solution that gets people the parking that they need while retaining the bike lanes, while retaining the safety and protection that everyone in this building so desires. Thank you so much for your time this evening.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Anastasia, followed by Dan Province and Claire Mack.
Good evening, esteemed council members. So I live on 128 North Humboldt Street. Yes, sorry. So I will be speaking from people I talked to at the complex. As a joke, they could not attend this meeting because they would lose their parking spots. The lack of parking has caused us a lot of stress. We also like sports, and unfortunately, we cannot go to the gym and exercise. We do not have bikes because there is nowhere to store them because we live in small apartments. We cannot have guests over because there's nowhere to park. As a woman, I don't feel safe walking from a distant parking spot. Also, I should mention that there's a new limitation of 20 feet before the crosswalk that eliminates more parking spots. However, we don't want to go backwards, and we would like the pilot program that will return some parking spots, but also allow people to bike. Thank you.
Our next three speakers will be Dan Province, followed by Claire Mack and Olivia Faris.
Good evening. I'm Dan Province. I'm here as a dad, a San Mateo baseball coach, and someone who wants to not get hit by a car while riding a bike. I would like to start just by saying you don't judge the demand for a bridge by counting the people swimming across a river. So you don't judge the demand for bicycling by, looking at the people on Humboldt, because we don't have a complete network out there. We don't have anything close. I've been coming to meetings for 15 years talking about bike improvements in the city, and I'm very disappointed at how little improvement has happened over these many years. I started coming to bike plan meetings when I had no kids. Now my son's about ready to go to high school, and I don't feel like he's got anything safe to ride to school. Please don't go backwards. Please work to improve this. I think there's ways to improve it and still get a lot of folks' interests taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next two speakers will be Claire Mack, followed by Oliviette Faris.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I live at 233 North Grant Street, and I think somebody's fibbing because there are quite a few people who ride bikes and scooters up and down in front of my house. They're going someplace. My street runs north-south, and I'm between Santa Ynez and Mount Diablo, which are packed. You can't park there. I have a neighbor who lives in the 100 block of Grant Street, and he parks 3 vehicles on the 200 block so he can have a job. How many of you would have bought a house a few years ago if they told you that you couldn't use your driveway or your garage? 3 houses sold across the street from me recently. All of them have garages and places to park. We need to restore the parking in North Central San Mateo.
Thank you. And our final speaker in chambers will be Oliviette Faris.
I am not really a good speaker, so I just want to give you a few pointers. I live on Humboldt, 326 North Humboldt, between Santa Ynez and Indian. I never see more than 5 to 10 bikers, and should 5 to 10 bikers a day displace 276 vehicles of working people? It's, I think, devalued my house. The house next door to me was up for sale. And the main question for everybody coming there was the parking. I live in a 2-story house. I'm not about to concrete my lawn and devalue my property. I'm not opposed to the bikers. I think we could share the lanes. I'm not a member of a bike group of thousands of people. I'm just a single homeowner.
Thank you.
So the gentleman in the back, I believe you submitted a request to speak that has not been called, so please come up and this will be the last request to speak in chamber.
Hello, my name is Vincent Joyner. I'm from the North Central area, and I'm just going to make this quick and simple. We got a bike lane that's not working. We got parking that's not working. If we could come together, make it both happen, maybe we could solve a lot of problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to our virtual environment, our next speaker will be Mariana Tiwari. Mariana, please unmute your mic.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, dear council members. My name is Mariana Tivari. I'm a proud North Central resident, and I urge you to preserve the Humboldt bike lane as is. Before the lane was installed, biking in my neighborhood was unsafe. Delaware shared lanes for cyclists to ride in traffic, and that felt dangerous. Humboldt is the only truly safe option for families like mine. Because of this lane, I now can bike to work in Burlingame instead of driving. My in-laws pick up my kids from school by bike, and my children will soon bike on their own. I want them to grow in a city where they can move safely, freely, and independently, and where their freedom is not locked on their car keys. Some say the lane is underused, but safe infrastructure takes time to change behavior. The city has done little to promote cycling, yet we expect ridership to just grow. Meanwhile, Burlingame and Foster City are expanding protected bike lanes. San Mateo should be leading, not falling behind. Parking concerns are valid and deserve real solutions, not the removal of safety infrastructure. This is not just about a bike lane, this is about the kind of city we want to be. So let's protect Humboldt. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Michael Weinhauer. Michael, please unmute your mic.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. Thanks for letting me speak tonight. Yeah, you have a tough, you have some work to do in front of you, and I think there's hopefully a compromise that can be made here. I like option 3, actually, which contradicts what I wrote you. I think there's a lot of probably work that has to be done before you can actually land on that decision, though, having just seen the presentation tonight. I do hope that you put the preponderance of weight consideration to the residents there, like Claire Mack that you just listened to, and some of the folks that are there that can't come to these meetings, like Rich Hedges famously said, it is very accurate. They can't come to these meetings and advocate for and describe the suffering to their livelihoods. This isn't convenience or safety. They literally can't make a living if they can't use and park their cars there. And so the burden outweighs what we've seen a lot of data that it's just not being used to the level that justifies the extreme burden there. So I hope you can find a compromise there. And overall, the city's got so much work to do on traffic safety and everything. So I hope you'll prioritize that. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Karen Jensen. Karen, please unmute your mic. Karen, please go ahead and unmute your mic at this time. We'll move on to our next.
Hi,
go ahead, Karen.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Karen.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. May not be able to hear us. We will move on to our next speaker, which will be Zoom user. Zoom user, please unmute your mic.
I don't think you called the name.
Zoom user, if you'd like to introduce yourself and provide your comments.
Mayor Newsom and members of the council, my name is Tim Ryan. I'm a bicycle safety instructor in the city of San Carlos. I'm retired, and my emphasis in life right now is to encourage kids to ride their bicycles to school, wherever, and to do that safely. So I'm pleading with you not to remove these bike lanes. If you look to your, I believe, left, that white ghost bicycle that you see in the room tonight now represents a 31-year-old woman, a brilliant woman, Andrea Vallabueno, who died in my city, San Carlos, in November. Now, she was riding in an area that had been approved for a bicycle improvement project, but it was put on hold to give way to more motor vehicles. I don't think I got started right away. I just want to say that if this bike lane is removed, I'm telling you, council members, if someone is injured or killed, you will never forgive yourself. You never will.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be John Kern. John, please unmute your mic.
Hi, my name is John Kern. I'm here to support the bike lane as a North Central resident, where I live 140 feet from the bike lane. I ride my bike on the lane weekly, as do many of my neighbors. However, the bike lane is often blocked by parked vehicles, and the lane forces merges with traffic, so it's no surprise why people don't feel safe and choose to bike on the sidewalk or not at all. We need to induce more demand for more biking through better, safer networks of bike lanes. I'm also an economist in the transportation industry. Having a bike lane is safer than riding in traffic. And bike networks, especially protected bike lanes, are proven to increase safety for pedestrians, for bikes, and for vehicles. Notably, this does not apply when it's just a stencil of a bike on the pavement. Bike networks build community and businesses. It's part of why I moved here. So please protect our bike lanes, build out protected bike lanes in the future, add some lighting perhaps, and keep this bike lane. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Rick Ballard. Rick, please unmute your mic.
Letter birth?
Yes.
Good evening, Council. My name is Rick Ballard, and I live in North Central. I'm in my mid-40s. I love my neighborhood, and I love my community here. I use my e-bike as a car replacement instead of buying and parking a car here every day. I use it for everything. I commute, buy groceries, go to appointments, visit friends, shop, dine out, and more. E-bikes and e-scooters are exploding in popularity and make this kind of transit so much more practical and accessible than it ever was. It's not just for fitness buffs, it's practical transit. But most people don't feel safe enough to do this yet for good reason. We need to finish building out the bicycle master plan. Without a safe, connected, complete network of bike lanes, the ones we have cannot live up to their full potential. You can't go somewhere with half a route. San Mateo is growing and street space for cars won't, and if we only design for cars, we'll never have enough parking. I'll end by sharing that a coworker of mine was hit on his bike when commuting home 4 days ago and was sent to the hospital with a broken nose and a serious concussion. He could have been killed. I was commuting home on my bike that same day shortly after and passed his ambulance, so I didn't know it. It's the best route I have to work, and
Thank
it
you.
doesn't have a bike lane.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Anna Lieb. Anna, please unmute your mic. Anna, please go ahead and provide your comments. Anna, we're not able to hear you. If you could please go ahead and provide your comments. Moving on, we will take Max Mottner. Max, please unmute your mic.
Hey there. Hey, I live off of Poplar, and I'm a user of the bike lanes on Poplar and Humboldt. And as a city, we get what we build for. Removing bike lanes means less bicyclists, more endangered bicyclists, and adding parking means more cars, more congestion, more traffic violence. I personally know which version of San Mateo I think we should be building towards, and I hope you share that vision and govern accordingly, council members. Spending the money on removal doesn't make sense to me. Spending this money on shovel-ready projects to expand the bike network and improve north central access to our downtown makes a whole lot more sense to me. I have to add that I cannot contain my enthusiasm for a bike boulevard on Monte Diablo, connecting downtown with the Monte Diablo Rock Bike Bridge in North Shoreview neighborhood. So please review the parking permit program ordinances. I think they need revisiting, and one-way streets seem like an interesting option in particular. Alternatives 1 and 5 are great. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Tyler R. Tyler, please unmute your mic.
Hi there. Biking is my default mode of transportation, and I commute to San Mateo using my bike instead of contributing to greenhouse gas pollution. I feel bike lanes are actually proven to reduce traffic incidents, and they also promote a healthy community. It stands to reason that the bicycle master plan should be fully implemented before there's any considerations into undoing the number 2 and number 4 recommendations from the plan. I look forward to the expansion of the future connections that were shown here today in order to promote safer transportations for all.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Leah. Leah, please unmute your mic.
Hi, yes. My name's Leah Austin, and I live on Poplar, and I can no longer park in front of my house because of the bike lane. I routinely cross a dark street with cars traveling 50 miles an hour just to get to my car. It's feeling unsafe on a daily basis because of the bike lane is very frustrating. I support the removal of the bike lane on Humboldt and ask you to consider removing the bike lane on Poplar because people drive faster on Poplar now than they did before the bike lane was implemented. I have kids at College Park. There's no way I would ever let them ride a bike. It's not safe to bike on Poplar. I understand the frustration, the injustice of taking away parking from the community that had the least amount to, lose. So please consider removing the bike lane and remove it from Poplar as well.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Lisa Vandevoort. Lisa, please unmute your mic.
Good evening, City Council. I'm Lisa Vandervoort and I live in Beresford, Hillsdale. I'd like to speak up in support of removing the Humboldt bike lanes. I feel so badly for the residents of North Central. It's such a congested area and parking was difficult even before the spaces were removed. It's just not fair for an already impacted area filled with seniors and hardworking people just trying to make a living in this high-cost area to also have to deal with the stress of looking for parking so far from their homes. Yet there's a big contingent here that's demanding these bike lanes, and I know the city is trying to make it make San Mateo more bike-friendly. So why not find a compromise solution with an alternative 6 and make Humboldt a one-way street north-south, which would retain the bike lane and restore parking back to residents. Otherwise, alternative 2 is reasonable. I'm urging you to think outside the box to balance neighborhood needs with the need for sustainable transportation and restore the parking. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker on this item will be Anna Lee Saloti. Anna, please unmute your mic.
Hello. Yes, my name is Anna. I live on Humboldt. I take the Humboldt bike lane every single day. I don't have a car, and my bike is my main mode of transportation. I take it to commute to take my daughter to school every single day, all the way from Humboldt to Beresford Elementary. And I know many folks and many families in the same situation that I am, and it's a lifesaver to have Humboldt as an exclusive bike lane. A boulevard would feel so unsafe, so dangerous to the point where I wouldn't be able to take it. I wouldn't be safe taking my 5-year-old behind me on the bike if it's a bike boulevard. So please, please, I urge you, keep the bike lane as is.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mayor Newsom, that concludes public comment.
Well, before we go on, I'd like to thank everyone for making public comments tonight. I particularly am thankful for all the kids who came out, even the 7-year-olds, so that's very impressive. I also like to thank everyone for being civil. I didn't see anybody jeering or cheering anyone, and I think that really helps people when they come out and speak. So thank you for everyone for being on their best behavior. And that said, our council will continue to be on our best behavior as we wade through this. I have a request for Nicole to go first, as this is her district. So Nicole, I'll let you start.
I really want to thank everybody for coming out, staying out so late, for taking the time to write in, to take council members on walks around the neighborhood. And I'm really proud to represent North Central and District 2. This is obviously a very important issue, and many people are passionate about it, and that shows here. I want to thank all of the bicyclists, parents, and safe transportation advocates for your dedication to this matter, whether you live in North Central or not. It's really important. And I also want to thank all of the neighbors who took time to organize for or against the Humboldt bike lanes. It takes time, and I appreciate all of you volunteering and committing your time to this. I was only recently elected to council. Council member Suerko Gadici and I are still learning how to council member, but in a matter of speaking, I've been a resident of San Mateo in the North Central neighborhood for going on 13 years now. I remember those bike lanes being put in 3 years ago, and I definitely remember the controversy and ongoing impacts on my neighborhood. Obviously, the number of speakers and the divergent thoughts show that this is still an important topic and a controversial topic. In addition, I'm coming off a campaign where I had to walk North Central multiple times. And so I got to hear from people at their doorstep about their thoughts. And their number one topic that came up was the Humboldt bike lanes when I was walking in that neighborhood, when I was walking my neighborhood. The number one issue was, I received input either pro or against, but it was always about the Humboldt bike lanes. And the people who love it, and the people who hate it, hate it. We are an equity priority area and a community with a history of redlining. And in my opinion, these bike lanes are a kind of a classic example of the city doing something to the North Central and to the North Central Humboldt residents, not with them, but to them. And the 76% of the Humboldt residents who said the bike lane had a negative impact on their lives proves that. This lack of agency for North Central needs to change. No matter which side of the issue you fall on, I think we all agree that San Mateo needs safer streets and more bike infrastructure, but I want to support that in the right way and in the right time. We are a community of diverse residents, some low income, some that have multiple families living in a single family home, some that are service workers. And this particular community needs its vehicles. It also needs its parking, period, along Humboldt. So this is a difficult decision, but I'm going to have to opt for option number 4 and option number 5 to the extent that we have funding available to increase the street safety measures during a fiscal crisis. I also don't believe that we should be conducting a pilot on any other streets. I'd actually be very solidly against that. Again, this is a very difficult issue, a very divisive issue, and I want to reiterate my thanks to all of you who wrote in, spoke with me, met with me, and the staff who worked so diligently on this issue, including JU and his team. And that is where I am, and I yield my time.
Thank you, Councilwoman. We have the Deputy Mayor who's going to take it next. Thank you.
Thank you, through the mayor. Before I make comments, I have several questions. Jay, thank you for the presentation. My first question has to do with the analysis of circulation in the neighborhood. In the admin report we had for this item, one of the alternatives, alternative 3, has multiple parts, a short-term part and a long-term part that includes what's noted as an analysis of local circulation. And I'm just curious, if you could help me understand the difference between that and what was already meant to be part of the North Central Complete Streets Plan that was asked for by council in 2023.
Yes, definitely. So the difference is the North Central Complete Streets Plan does not go into the assumption that the bike lanes would be removed ultimately in the North Central Complete Streets Plan. So as part of that, a circulation analysis was conducted, and we have some results of what the community thinks for modes of transportation, ranging from pedestrians, bicyclists, as well as vehicles. But that is with the assumption that the bike lanes were to remain. If ultimately council decides to remove the bike lanes or truncate or partially remove the bike lanes, that does switch up the infrastructure in the community, and the long-term connectivity study would be focused on the impacts of the removal of the bike lanes. So that's the biggest difference.
But I got a sense when council asked for a North Central Complete Streets Plan that it came out of hearing from people in the North Central community who were experiencing pain as a result of the parking loss from these bike lanes. And I think the council member who brought it forth indicated an interest in diving more deeply into the neighborhood and the circulation within it to see whether there might be alternatives, maybe somewhat like the alternatives we're looking at tonight, that could provide a similar amenity, but with less parking loss. That said, we're here tonight discussing alternatives without the benefit of a complete North Central Complete Streets Plan that does that. So why is council being asked to give direction before that work is complete? And can you give me a sense of if I'm missing something?
I don't know if I can give you an answer of why I'm bringing this to council to make a decision without the North Central Street being complete. That's something that
I can jump in.
Yeah.
That's fine. So on June 17th, as you saw in the presentation, the council gave direction to staff to go ahead and look into the Humboldt bike lane issue. That was the main issue. My understanding, and I wasn't here at the time as the city manager of this city, but the North Central Complete Streets program was in response to the parking being removed for the Humboldt bike lanes. That's my understanding. You also heard a lot of community, since I've been here, heard a lot of community impacts that have happened with the bike lane itself. And so the community members, I believe, came to the council meeting back in June and made their presentations to this council. And at the end of the night, under reports and announcements, the council said, we want to revisit this. And so that's why we're here this evening. And so council directed staff to go ahead and engage the community further, which we have, and then come back here this evening. So that's why we're here this evening.
Thank you. Jay, I have some questions about the data that's being presented. Well, first of all, the admin report noted that we didn't have enough collision data following the bike lanes installation to effectively analyze the difference between the situation pre-bike lanes and post-bike lanes. But then you presented a lot of data, and I felt like we got a sense that there was, in fact, an effort to make a comparison or contrast. So can you help me understand what the discrepancy is there? Do we have enough data or not?
I can answer that two ways. We have been hearing from the public to ultimately do a pre and post. And I think when we went into this presentation, we wanted to present the raw data, which is the slide before with the aggregate of 7 years of data. I think the demonstration to show that there's a pre and post is there's a lot of caveats, right? There are multiple years that you can ultimately pick if you do pre and post. Do you do the closest 2 years that was part of the COVID pandemic? Do you pick different years potentially that could lead to comments of, are you cherry picking data? The purpose of that is to demonstrate that we do have data we can make in comparison, but ultimately to have an apples to apples comparison, I think you would need 5 years of comparison data like we would have pre-installation. But it's a slide that we did create to give a comparison, ultimately. But there are a lot of caveats that were tied to it. You are correct.
Okay, thank you. So when we look at some of the staff notes in the report for alternative 2, that would be converting Humboldt to a bike boulevard. There was a sentence that says, a significant concern is whether enough speed calming measures can be implemented to bring speeds down sufficiently to make bicyclists feel safe. So I'm hoping you can help me, we can talk a little bit about, what constitutes an ideal, fully functioning bicycle boulevard in the city of San Mateo? What are the city's target average vehicle speeds and volumes for a bicycle boulevard? And how does that compare with what we've been able to measure to date on Humboldt and Idaho and Fremont?
Yeah, so we don't necessarily have a standard within our city, but there are guidelines such as NACTO that define recommendations, if you will, loose guidelines, if you will. And those are defined by 20 to 25 miles per hour in terms of the vehicle speeds that are out there. Another metric is volume as well. You definitely want volumes to be somewhere under 5,000 vehicles per day in terms of its ADT. Now, in terms of Humboldt, we don't have recent data. We don't actually have corridor data that is recent, but I can tell you from post or previous data that we've gathered, we have data points at certain intersections from 2022, 2023, and some as old as 2016, and that would suggest that vehicle speeds are anywhere from 30 to 35 miles per hour. So when I mentioned Humboldt would need to do a reduction, if you want to hit the 20 or 25, it would be in excess of 10 miles per hour of reduction, and that will require some significant hardscape improvements. And then that's where the $3 million come from, ultimately, the most expensive alternative.
Indeed, and it sounds like there's some concern that even with what's being proposed, and I think you shared it, raised crosswalks, speed cushions, traffic circles, it might be challenging to get Humboldt to drop in speed that amount. And of course, there's there's another qualitative issue of whether, even if we were to achieve it, whether people would feel safe. And how about the volume of cars? When we talk about the volume on Humboldt, as it's noted in the report, it's considered something of an arterial, and we know, of course, now if we're not going to go ahead with a peninsula interchange project that takes traffic off of Poplar, we're going to continue to have a lot of cars. What would these amenities do to the volume?
Yeah, I can say it's really hard to predict volume. There's an organic way of how you would divert traffic. I think understanding the origin and destination of vehicles that are using Humboldt would be helpful, but I could tell you just by looking at the peak volume data at certain intersections, we're looking at about 3,000 vehicles just in the AM and PM peak combined. Now, with that said, if we are ultimately to reduce speeds there would be effect, and we would definitely have to study a model and see where the additional vehicles would go, because I would imagine there would be a percentage of vehicles that is using Humboldt as a cut through, and when that is no longer viable because it's too slow and not the direct path that they want to go, they will use other streets, as mentioned in the presentation. That's why indirect impact of slowing down Humboldt that is arterial, is predominantly a vehicle roadway, would mean vehicles would go into the side streets.
Thank you. You listed in your presentation a bit about the efforts to try and mitigate parking loss, the impact of it through various efforts to try and find overnight weekend parking arrangements. We did open King Center's parking lot, and some challenges in implementing some of that. Some of which I saw, as you noted, there's like a, charging market rate parking means it would cost, there would be a cost to implementing something that maybe was larger than originally foreseen. Daily maintenance, et cetera. And you noted some issues with the RPPP as well. But given that we're now looking at alternatives to the Humboldt bike lanes that with costs of up to $1 to $3 million, could we theoretically afford some of the market rate that might be possible in some of these arrangements? And could we potentially put some resources toward overcoming some of these obstacles?
I think the short answer is potentially yes, because if council wants us to go down a certain path, we'll go ahead and see what we can do. But I think the most important part that we gathered from the community feedback and, just listening as staff is they really care about supply proximity. And even if we can afford it, it looks like, to increase supply, I don't think it would solve the concerns and comments we've been hearing about proximity.
And can you maybe just remind me how it went with some of the churches on Humboldt that are farther south? Because I feel like that might help with some of the location and proximity issues.
I actually don't have a recollection from what the church said when initially staff had reached out. That's something I can follow up on.
Okay. I think I have... Well, I have at least, I'll try to not go on and on, but I feel like there's some value in some of these questions and answers. If the city decided to remove all of the lanes or the majority of it through Alternative 3, made possible in part by federal funding less than 3 years after completion, what ramifications could that have on our opportunities to apply for outside funding for future projects?
Yeah, I think it ultimately will depend on what alternative we go with. For example, alternative 1, if we completely remove the bike lanes, I think the ramifications might potentially be heavier scrutiny if we apply for CDBG funding again. We want to do projects in similarity. If we partially remove it, I think there is a narrative or there is a real discussion of maybe we did not get it right the first time and we're coming back in to correct a certain component of it. Now, out of the $1.5 million, I want to state that only about $750,000 of that went towards the bike lanes. There is a large paving component that was associated with the CDBG funding and overall funding of the project. Also, I want to remind council that there were two components to the North Central Bike Lane project, right? There's the Humboldt component and the Poplar component. The split of that, and I wrote it down here, $450,000 is the Humboldt portion, and about $183,000 pertain to Poplar. And then if we dig in a little bit more, Alternative 3 removes approximately 60% of the bike infrastructure. That would mean about $275,000 would be removed out of the $1.5 million for the total funding. So I know the big number, the top dollar number is big, but ultimately the portion we're looking at is not as substantial as $1.5 million.
Thank you. And where would this money that we're considering in terms of the cost of these alternatives come from? And what might spending that money and putting resources toward these alternatives potentially delay or get even maybe removed from our list of work?
Yeah, we have an extensive list, CIP, that we request every single year. We're currently requesting a lot of money now to do future improvements. What I can say is there is a reason why we want to go ahead and engage the community a little bit more and develop the funding plan. I think as of right now, we're seeking direction on which direction to go. And then after we vet it a little bit more, I think we can come with a more detailed plan of where that would come from.
I guess I'll just get more pointed in our response. Right now, we do not have the funds for any of these options right now, and we'd have to be looking through other projects potentially and pulling from some of those projects in the future to go ahead and pay for this. Is that correct, Jay? That's kind of where we're at right now. That's the just straight answer for you guys. And so that'd be something we'd have to go back and review and figure out what we can cobble together for this project. Can be done. I just got to figure out what that is and then explain it to the council of what those options are.
Thank you. And I think my last question is, if council decided to go with keeping the bike lanes, could we consider traffic calming measures on Humboldt in addition, as we might have employed if we had converted it into a bicycle boulevard, such as speed cushions or something else?
I think if that's the direction from council, staff would take a look at it and then come back with what the ramifications or costs would ultimately be.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I echo Councilmember Fernandez's appreciation for all those who have come tonight, given a comment or emailed us, participated in any part of this throughout the years. Of course, we've heard a lot tonight and we heard a lot throughout. Many against the bike lanes, asking to return parking and talking about the impacts to the streets around them, pain that they're feeling from the loss of parking that this project has brought. And many in support of the bike lanes, asking to keep them, describing that they use them to get to school and downtown and throughout. I feel like I agree with a lot of what I've heard from a lot of folks. We need slower streets in our city with more traffic calming and more lighting to increase safety in our neighborhoods. We need safer access to multiple modes of transportation, not just for cars. But a project with as much parking loss, such as the North Central bike lanes, needs to come with meaningful solutions that mitigate the loss of that parking. And in the last 2 years, we haven't done enough. And I've noticed, I used to live on Humboldt and Tilton for 10 years, and before the bike lanes came in. And then the bike lanes came in, I came back. I come back from time to time. I go to King Center and so on, but I took walks with Gloria Brown and others, neighbors in North Central, and there are more double parked cars. There's parking on lawns, as has been described. So we're definitely seeing the impacts of this project. And that was why I was interested in proposals to continue to work on what we can do to make this work better. When there were proposals to consider a North Central Complete Streets Plan, to look for a data-driven solution that might be better than what we've worked on to date. I'm certainly interested in hearing that. I was eager to look for and find a solution that resulted in fewer parking spaces lost, but still offered a safe way for folks to get through North Central without necessarily having to drive a car. I was, optimistic about the alternatives, that something like that might exist. But I'm sorry to say, when I look at the alternatives that have been presented tonight, I don't see them in what we have. From a safety component and from a data standpoint. To me, I think part of my interest and drive was to see if we could find a data-driven compromise solution, if one existed. Do the work, take a look, and see if we had something. But we haven't finished the North Central Complete Streets Plan yet. And we don't yet have 5 years worth of data after the bike lanes have been put in to effectively compare collision data. So we are looking at alternatives that I feel haven't been fully vetted and are not really ready. And as staff mentioned with Alternative 2, there's concern about whether it would even work. And yet it would cost $1 million to put in. So to me, that would be, I wanted Alternative 2 to be something I could get behind as a compromise. That would make me feel better about pursuing multimodal transportation in a neighborhood like North Central that has tough parking. But I think what would be even worse is to say yes to something like that, ask to find money to make it happen, and then have someone get hit or not experience a similar level of safety that we're getting out of the Humboldt street bike lanes today. Or even worse, have those who are currently using the lanes stop using them because they don't feel safe. I guess that's not worse. That's just as bad, at least. Because that doesn't solve our problem. That doesn't move us toward our goals. And we have many of them. We've heard some of them tonight. We want to build toward a sustainable future, toward a city that has more access to affordable housing so that more people can work and live in this city. And in order to allow that to happen and not have every street choked with cars and traffic and congestion as a result of more people living here, some of us need to figure out other ways of transporting ourselves throughout the city. And the city and those who are planning it need to make better ways of getting around in our city available, safe ways. When I look at alternative 3, unfortunately, we have similar issues. There are multiple issues. I think the bike boulevard, as has been noted, Jay, you mentioned in the report that with a street like Idaho or Fremont, we wouldn't be putting in the same kinds of traffic calming on the level that we would need to if we were to try to convert Humboldt into a bike boulevard. And so I think it would be one thing if we were to implement quite a bit of advanced traffic calming on a street like Idaho or Fremont. That might be more interesting to me. Then we might have something. But if we're talking about putting in periodic speed cushions, as was noted in the report, then I fear two things. We would not have a great experience on the bike boulevard itself, and that would result in people potentially not using it. We would also, of course, if we're diverting people from Humboldt onto another street, but they may need to cross somewhere else around Humboldt, you're going to face an issue of convenience in which you might be told to go somewhere else and go take a circuitous route and decide, I just have a few blocks, I'm just going to keep going down Humboldt without any protection, without any separation. To me, I just think that's not, again, it's not offering what the Humboldt bike lanes are currently offering. And I'm not even going to talk about alternative 4. To me, we've heard from a lot of people who live in North Central, a lot of people who are on Humboldt who are using these bike lanes. I take issue with the idea that these numbers that we have counted with regard to bicycle users constitutes a failure, because, as has been noted, this is one piece of a broader network that we're trying to build and are going to need to build if we're going to achieve our plans. And until we have that network in place, we're not going to see the numbers that we're hoping for. But the fact that we even have some, to me, is proof that it is working. We, of course, want it to work more. And frankly, a couple weeks ago, we had another addition to our network in the form of the 3rd and Norfolk improvements that are going to get people from the 3rd bike ped bridge on Norfolk over to the Bay Trail. Also, the way I use the current Humboldt Poplar lanes myself, even though I'm not a resident of North Central anymore, when I come to King Center, I often take them by way of San Mateo Drive, which is another one of our more recent bicycle projects in a road diet with a lane there. That is a significant difference on that street. And if I come from BART, I can take that and get onto Poplar and then get onto Humboldt and visit King Center. It's those linking pieces that are going to result in people actually making different choices. And until we actually make it possible for people to make different choices, people will not make different choices. So, to me, we heard that the San Mateo Foster City School District Board supports alternative 1, keeping the bike lanes. Supervisor Noelia Corso sent a letter in support of keeping the bike lanes. We've heard a lot of folks who have supported alternative 1. I frankly support what I would call alternative 1.5, which is keeping the bike lanes, but don't provide no parking relief. Invest some of this funding and resources that we're considering for these alternatives and put it toward the enhanced, robust exploration of parking mitigation that we knew we were going to need for this to succeed in the first place. Now, I understand we've run into issues with our first steps on this road, and if there had been a safe compromise, I would have been there, and I'm still open to looking for it. If we complete the North Central Complete Streets Plan, if we have 5 years of collision data and can go back and look and go, oh, hey, it turns out if we had a one-way on this street and a one-way on another street, that would be better, and we could free up some parking, I'll be there to support it. Until then, I think the most cost-efficient, best way to move forward would be keep what we have and work toward making it better and work toward making it work for more people. We could take some of that money that we're talking about destroying this lane and put it toward stepping up enforcement through maybe LAZ could work evening hours. Maybe we could subsidize the current Peninsula Clean Energy e-bike program to make e-bikes more available and affordable to people who live in the area. Maybe we could expand our Get Around program that is already transporting seniors, give them perhaps subsidized taxi, Lyft, Uber rides. So if they feel like they don't want to go outside because they can't take their car out and park their car again, maybe they can take a taxi and not use a car if they want to go somewhere. How about transit passes? $1 million can buy a lot of transit passes. And Caltrain doubled its service in the last year. And Samtrans has increased its service so that there's a bus on El Camino every 15 minutes. So things are coming together, and that is an investment in our future. If we go back with an alternative that will free up some parking, will return some parking back to North Central today, and it will help people today. But in 5 years, I mean, as people have noted, it was hard to park in North Central before the bike lanes. So we're gonna need more than that going forward. Those are my comments, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, street lighting. Yes to street lighting.
Yes,
but I would ask that we please pilot it first. I think we can, if we started with some kind of pilot or demo that gives residents a sample of what you were showing, Jay, the difference in extra lighting into homes, then we can get a taste of it before it's implemented, and if there are various films or shades of ways of projecting the light, we can test some things out and get community feedback to see what they would prefer. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We'll move on to Councilwoman Lisa Diaz-Nash.
Okay, thank you. I will try and get through this. Thanks to everybody in the community and the staff, past and present, for sticking with this. We all know this is tough. I think one earlier speaker said it's a complex subject and we have to build trust. There is clearly a lack of trust, and there's clearly a lot of great reasons by many different groups. So where can we start with common ground? I think the first thing that I heard everybody through this speak about is we need to improve safety. Whether we have bike lanes, whether we have cars, whether we have people just walking, we need to improve safety. So I would say absolutely we need to approve alternative 5. I think Councilmember Lorraine's comment about exploring a pilot, I don't know how you could do that, but I think it is fair to say if you're going to put lighting in, you have to show people what it's going to look like. We did something like that over in District 1, and there was a lot of, oh, is that what you really mean? So I leave that to the experts to figure out what that could be. Number 2, I think we can, without investing millions of dollars, expand speed surveillance on targeted streets and intersections. And that is, one of the things I want to bring up in terms of blue sky is addressing that specifically. And number 3, I think wherever we decide bikes should go, that we need to increase our traffic calming measures. And they're going to be different based on where it is, whether it's a traffic circle or a raised crosswalk or whatever it happens to be. And I would ask as a follow-up question, someone asked a question about, Jay, that you were going to increase traffic calming methods if we put in bike boulevards, so it wasn't just paving on the roads. But then there were pictures of other streets that had bike boulevards that didn't have these. So what's staff's thinking about how we try and raise the level of all boats?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Ultimately, a bike boulevard will depend on the current conditions of the speed. For example, I noted to Councilmember Lorraine that we're targeting around 20 to 25 miles per hour in terms of the vehicle speed. So if existing conditions for a roadway, for example, is 35 miles per hour, we have about 10 to 15 miles that we have to ultimately reduce, and the measures of calming of that roadway will be more significant. For example, if you use a slower speed roadway, such as Idaho or Fremont, that's closer to 27, 28, if we want to hit the targets of 20 and 25, the measures would be a little bit different as well there. So ultimately, it will depend on the current condition of the roadway, of the type of devices that we put out there.
Okay. And what about the bike boulevards we already have, or where we have, it was mentioned in the presentation?
Yeah, we have, I'll give it an example. There's one at 28th Avenue near El Camino, so just west of El Camino on 28th. On that specific road, there are speed cushions as well as raised crosswalks on that corridor set, and that is determined by its existing speeds. So we have some in the city, but truth be told, we don't have a lot of bike boulevards. I think a lot of times what we've been hearing from the community is class 3 facilities or share roads. So very common, you'll see them, they're in vehicle lanes, and they'll basically demark a pavement marking of bicycle, you can go ahead and take the middle of the road without providing a lot of treatment to slow down vehicle speeds. We do have a lot of that, and that's part of our legacy network, but as part of the 2020 Bicycle Master Plan, we're moving away from that. We no longer go in and install class 3s, so a lot of the comments that we've been hearing refer to share roads or class 3 facilities and not really a bike boulevard.
Okay. Thank you for that. I guess that was very helpful. I guess my underlying comment is the same, though, that wherever we agree to put bicycles, we need to make sure we're meeting the standards. And we need to be following up on that and not just doing it when we put it in, but measuring it on a regular basis. Are we keeping to the standard that we set for ourselves? If we brought it down to 25 miles an hour, are we keeping it at 25 miles an hour? So there's a whole long-term impact, which gets to some of the data questions that Councilmember Lorraine was speaking about. I think there's, from way back when, the community very clearly was expecting more parking mitigation. And I know that staff has tried to do certain things and has been successful sometimes and not successful. But I think that in terms of building trust, I think I would really strongly urge staff to evaluate how we could try and do more with the mitigation efforts, and whether it's expanding the parking enforcement hours, as Councilmember Lorraine mentioned, to include really around peak parking time, whether it's in the morning or the evening, but outside of regular business hours, because LAS goes around, but the problem's going to happen at 8 o'clock at night, and they've all gone home at that time, and that's just a choice that we've made. So if that is something we feel really can make a difference, I would want to look at that. It sounds like we're not going to get a lot of cooperation, partnership from a lot of the agencies or businesses that we've been talking to. It would be nice to keep talking to them, but I wouldn't put that as a priority just because I think it's been pretty clear. I think investigating a residential parking program that is customized to the needs of North Central, I would support, and that is going to depend a lot on what the community is saying, and it's going to be different. It's not, the comment was maybe we have to change what a residential parking program is. I think if we did it in North Central, it would have to be changed because there's a very different mix of people and vehicles and use. So I don't want to say do it this way or that way, but certainly I think that is something that has been committed to in the past, and we need to take a serious look at it, I think. And I know there's a tremendous, challenge with oversized vehicles and commercial vehicles parked in North Central, and a lot of it is because people, it's their jobs, it's their work. And that would be, what we do with that has to be part of a customized parking program. And maybe we'll be successful, maybe we won't, but I think we owe it to the community to try and make that happen. And in terms of, really, I sat in on, the community meeting in December, and that was, I think, a great start. I agree that there wasn't enough time, people didn't have enough chance to ask questions, and I know it was frustrating to staff as well as the community members. So I think going forward, we really need to have a lot more focus on how do we do that community outreach? How do we allot the time, or how do we do it in different ways? And this is always going to be my question. If we could just get the communication right, a lot of the problems would go away. But that's also because it's the most difficult thing we do, and that is my bias. I admit it, I'm a marketer, and I think communication is more important than just about anything, and getting it right. So I would really encourage any efforts to go back and go back and go back again. And, I know that's been mentioned in public comment. But I will say that, in terms of looking, and I've been out with people who want to get rid of the bike lanes, people who want to keep the bike lanes. I'm a walker. I've walked the areas. I'm not as much of a biker, but Humboldt is a long street with very different uses on it. And I am in support of Alternative 3, because I believe, and I also agree with staff's recommendation not to remove the bike lanes in certain areas because there are different land uses there. I think, Humboldt is an arterial road. It is a truck route. It is scary to be, I'm sure, to be biking along that. So I would very much be encouraged to see what could happen with looking at alternatives, whether it's Fremont or Idaho. Once again, I don't want to presume, but working with the community to see if there is a place where we could do that and do it in a way that is safe. But absolutely all the students who came and talked about how they want to have bike lanes to get to school, I agree with that too, and I think it has to be, it might take a little bit longer, but it has to be safe. And as I said, I agree with Alternative 5. And as a longer question, how is this all going to, and you probably can't integrate this tonight, how does it integrate into the complete streets plan that the city has and the North Central complete streets plan? You addressed that latter part, but I think how this fits into the bigger plan would be a question the community would want. And then finally, we need to measure the impact of our actions. So there was a lot of conflicting data, and I think there's a lot of mistrust of the data, and everybody was bringing different data. So I think getting a solid foundation of what are we going to do, what are we going to measure, how often are we going to measure it, is going to be very important to looking at pilots of any kind and also making final decisions. So, previous speaker, in fact, it was Jordan Grimes who said, and Jordan and I oftentimes agree and oftentimes we disagree, but he ended his comments saying, we absolutely should be able to come up with a combination that gives the residents of North Central the parking they need while still ensuring the safety and promulgating more bike lanes, because we need to do that. Jordan, I hope you're right. I think there's I don't think there's an absolute in this, but I think it's something that we should be committed to trying to make happen. So I hope my comments are clear.
Wow. Differing points of view. So before we talk about Humboldt, I do want to talk about two things at a higher level. The first one is budget. So, and I actually heard maybe 6 months ago, Adam Lorraine brought this up
So I think that this council really needs to think about blue sky and where transportation safety and our bicycle master plan sits. So right now it's listed as 35 out of number 35 on the blue sky list. And, you know, to some degree, I feel that we create this problem ourselves because back in 2011, we as a community said we want bike infrastructure. And then yet, as a council, we've continued to deprioritize the funding, which then puts staff in a corner where they have to go get grants. And then that puts the council in a corner because we're not really able to develop meaningful solutions for the betterment of the community and operate at a speed at which the community can handle. And that's really significant because when I think about Humboldt, and I don't know if you guys read the 2022 report, but I want to throw out some stats that are in the report. The first question says, I support the project and the parking removal. North Central residents, 62% disagreed. North Central and adjacent neighborhood, 50% disagreed. City of San Mateo respondents, 46% disagreed. All respondents, 43%. So what that tells me is roughly 43 to 62% disagreed with the project in 2022. Next number, I support the project if additional parking options are implemented. North Central residents, 48% disagreed. North Central and adjacent neighborhood, 40% disagreed. City of San Mateo respondents disagreed, 36% disagreed. All respondents, 34% disagreed. So what that tells me is that somewhere between 34 to 48% disagreed even with the parking options. And then those who did not ride bikes, 80% of respondents did not agree with the implementation of the project. And more concerning, 90% of long-term residents in North Central did not support the project in 2022. And so again, it makes you wonder why we move forward with the project when we didn't have community support. And that's really alarming that we continue to say that bike infrastructure matters and we want multimodal modes of transportation, and yet we as a council, this isn't the city, this isn't the staff, this is we as a council are not prioritizing the funding. And that goes back to 2011. We haven't prioritized the funding. And so putting Humboldt aside, I think we all need to take a hard look about if we're really serious about the future and long-term impact. So that's one thing. The second thing, before we talk about Humboldt, is change management. So it sounds simple, I know it's not, but I've talked to many people in the community, and I say this all the time. If you're a biker, day to day, you're on a run, right? Because you understand the benefit of multimodal transportation. If you're someone like me that drives or walks, you're probably crawling. So how do you move someone that's crawling to a run, right? First, you have to get them to walk. Then you have to get them to jog. Then you have to get them to run. So forcing people into something they don't want or they don't understand or they're not seeing the value is damaging. And more specifically, when I think about our bike master plan overall, you know, there's a lot of streets on there that have been prioritized, and I know there's a rationale and a formula to that, but there are streets where we can fit cars, we can fit bikes, we can have pedestrians, like Norfolk, it's a great example. There's all three modes of transportation, and that's how you get buy-in and get people to adopt an idea of, oh, I can walk, I can bike, I can drive my car too. And so I continue to not understand why we don't go with the low-hanging fruit projects first and try to connect the city in a meaningful way and show people that biking can work. So now I have a few questions for you, Jay. Lisa touched on some of them, but just to reconfirm, currently there's no other proposed proposal like option 2 in the city today, outside of, you said 27th and 28th, where there's speed humps or speed curbs?
Yeah, currently in our bike pipeline, we're not constructing or proposing to construct any bike boulevards. Our priority list, starting from 1 to say 20, oftentimes prioritize areas with a lot of high collision, and that oftentimes result in more separation for bicyclists. So that's kind of the methodology behind that. Now, historically, we have a recent bike boulevard implementation. One was actually part of this project, but just a small segment, and that's a segment on Indian. But even more recent than that, or a little further back than that, the one that I mentioned earlier was at 28th Avenue at ECR, so just west of ECR at 28th Avenue up to the hillside. And in that project, we did install speed cushions as well as raised crosswalks, signage, you name it, yes.
And then, just out of curiosity, is there anything that stops anyone from using any other street that isn't technically designated as a bike lane today?
No, bicyclists, they can use, the public right-of-way as they see fit.
Okay. And then if we were to explore option 2, Foster City, for example, paints a lot of their bicycle sharrows right now green. Is that something we could be doing to increase visibility?
Yeah, definitely. That's our green backing. We currently do have that in some of our paving programs. If we're restoring a street that has a legacy network of class 3s or sharrows, we do go in and apply the green backing, as you mentioned.
Okay. Well, when I came in here tonight, I was very much inclined on option 2. I felt like it was a balanced, pragmatic approach. I felt that it returned the parking to Humboldt Street, 170 spaces, which is what the community in North Central overwhelmingly wants. And then it was an opportunity for us to invest in an equity priority community that for years has been neglected by giving them speed humps, raised crosswalks, a resurfaced pavement. And I do agree with Lisa, Nicole, and Adam. I was even going to go so far to say we should, merge options 2 and 5 and bring better lighting to all the streets. And I do stand by that. Humboldt, Fremont, Idaho should get better lighting. But I grew up on the east side of 101. And so, truly, I share a similar sentiment to what Nicole's talking about the community voice and not being heard and not being acknowledged or recognized in the process. And I don't want to say I'm anti-bike because I'm not. I really do support as many bike lanes as we can put in, but I think the failure here is that the community was not concerned, and we need to own that. We really do. So I'm going to support the district rep from District 2, and I'm going to go with option 4 and option 5. Let's restore parking on Humboldt.
Just through the mayor, real quick. Before we need to have a vote for extending the meeting, one area that I just wanted to clarify on behalf of staff. In the blue sky items, we have 37 initiatives. That does not mean a prioritization, 1 through 37. We have a section that's just the 1-year priorities, and then we have 2 to 5-year priorities, and it's just the Excel spreadsheet of just the numbers. So there is no prioritization 1 through 37.
Okay, I own that correction, but I think the point I'm trying to make is that we implemented a bike master plan in 2011 and less than 3% has actually been implemented. And the failure is not on the city or the staff, it's on the council for not allocating the budget and funding to do this at the pace at which the community can tolerate, and to do this in a way where we can really maximize impact and voice.
Point taken.
And
through the mayor, do you want to extend the meeting?
we have a call to extend the meeting.
I would agree to extend the meeting.
Second.
Third, fourth, fifth, are we going? Okay, we're going to keep going.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Svirko-Goditsky.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Lorraine.
Yes.
And Mayor Newsom.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Yeah. All right. Moving right along. I'm going to go straight into questions. Jay, thanks for your presentation. Could you tell me, do we have any numbers or idea of how much of the parking, residential parking that we have at Martin Luther King Center is being utilized currently?
It's about 70%.
Okay. Do we have any idea of the number of vehicles in the neighborhood that are not, not moving within a 24-hour period? Like, do we have numbers from LAS or parking enforcement to know? And do we have any parking enforcement? Like, are vehicles that are not moving for more than 72 hours being towed?
I do not have that data. That's something I guess I could talk to LAS and PD about to see, but it would be a large effort to kind of survey the vehicles there. Yeah.
You mentioned that when you looked at one-ways, you were looking primarily at east to west. Why was there not an option to look at, for example, making Humboldt a one-way, which would allow you to have a separated two-way bike lane and parking both restored, and then another street adjacent to it be one way the other direction with parking?
That was something that staff looked at, and ultimately the right-of-way will allow it, but one of the biggest issue with that is Humboldt is one of two really corridors in the north central neighborhood that really goes north-south, Delaware being the other. When we looked at the circulation, not saying it can't be done, I think the impact of what that would do is, depending on which direction you'll go, is it would have a pretty large adverse effect in terms of circulation for the entire community of how cars coming from the north would go to the south and vice versa. Not saying it can't be done, but that was one where staff looked at, and it would be challenging, and it would probably take a really extensive circulation study to fully understand the impacts.
Okay.
I guess just to add on to that, so one-way streets are pretty complex, so obviously we need to think about where those cars are going to go and how the circulation would work. We felt that it really did warrant it would take a lot of study to get there that we didn't have at this point, I think.
Okay, all right. As far as lighting, in the southern part of my district, I learned last year that we had installed in the neighborhood light shields, which were directional shields on the back that keep the light from, so I'm very much for alternate 5. I can just put that out there right away and we can move on with that one. But I definitely want to make sure that we are, doing it at a slow approach with the neighbors so that we're not having them adversely affected by light. And we get the maximum effect of having well-lit streets. One of the things I've observed, because I've been traveling this route, mind you, by car, on the way home every day, is that the number of people walking this outnumber the people biking it probably 10 to 1. And I mean, I've got doodles here of 3 weeks worth of data between 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock every night. But the most I've had on any one night of going home using bikes has been 2. And I've had 10 and 20, 10 to like 17 people walking. One of the things that was brought up by a lot of people was that, this takes numbers from 8 intersections. And so I definitely do think, just my gut, is that the numbers are inflated. And I don't think that that's a fault. I think it's just the way the data is being interpreted, which is to say that if you go north to south, you could potentially be going through, and many people, if they're on a bike, are probably going through all 8 of those intersections, which means that they're being counted 8 times as opposed to 1 time each. And that's, that kind of pencils out to about 5.5 to 6 bicyclists per hour during the peak hours, which, is still not nothing, but really is much smaller than what we've been hearing. Another thing, I've walked this block now 4 times in the last 3 months, and actually more because I walked it for her. But the sidewalks especially on Humboldt in places, are just deplorable. Like, and so I'm curious, and I've heard a lot from the residents, which is to say that in addition to funding the bike lane, some of that funding was also supposed to have been directed towards the sidewalks. And the fact that it wasn't is bad, especially just going back to my gut of 10 to 1, people are walking it as opposed to biking it. So we definitely need to get something done on the sidewalks for that neighborhood. I've also heard from the school districts, and that resonates with me. My own kids don't walk, or they walk. They don't bike to school. And living on Delaware Street, which is one of the streets that people have cursed quite a bit tonight, I can tell you that they're now teenagers, but having them grown up there, like, it has never been safe for them to ride their bikes on my street. And so I'm cognitive of that, and I want to make sure that looking forward, we're not throwing that out either, that we're making sure that we're finding safe routes to school and that we have routes that the kids feel safe going to school. That said, like, with all the time I've spent on Humboldt in the last few months, like, I don't feel like I would be comfortable with my teenagers riding their bikes on that street. And so, if nothing else, like, if we leave it as is, like, there has to be better protections and safety that still has to be put in place. Another thing that people haven't thought about, and really Maggie Trin from the trustee in my district for the school board, mentioned that, we do have Fiesta Gardens switching places with College Park. Part of that also means that, similar to what I have just on my street on Sunnybrae, they're going to be having a drive-through that enters and exits on Humboldt Street. Again, scares the heck out of me because it's right on these bike lanes, and I watch every day the way people behave while dropping their kids off to school, and it's deplorable. And I mean, I watch them go over medians, I watch them drive the wrong way when there are medians, and I watch them drop off their kid, and once their kid is dropped off, then hell be damned about all the rest of the kids, and that scares the heck out of me. And so, whatever we do, again, like, we need to make sure we're looking at the layout for the new school, which has that drive-through, because it's going to be critical that even if we keep or remove the bike lanes, we have to have safety measures in place for the new school exits and entrance. All right, well, so the easy one is 5, because I heard 5 all for 5, so there we go. The not so easy one is, where am I? Like, I think I'm all over the place. To be honest, I came in thinking solid 2, and then I leaned more towards 3, but obviously the budget has me completely perplexed. And with that, if I say that I'm a 3-er, I recognize too that we have 2 people giving direction towards one thing, 2 people giving directions towards another, and we don't have a consensus. So I'm at a crossroads as to what to do about that. Like, sorry, did you have a suggestion, Deputy Mayor?
Yes. I wouldn't want that to cause you to choose alternative 4. So I would say that if alternative 3 is interesting to you and Councilmember Diaz-Nash, I could consider joining you.
Okay. Well, yes.
If I may, that alternative 3 does not restore the parking on Humboldt, which was the chief concern. And when I came in here, I was open to option 2 and making the investments. Again, this is an equity priority community, but it sounds like we don't have consensus for that, which is why I went to 4.
Just one clarification, alternative 3.
3 is restoration of parking.
It restores partial parking. It gives back 100 spots between 2nd and Indian.
So that'd be 100 of 170?
Right,
Yeah,
60%.
Right, and the reason, as I understand it, tell me if I misunderstood you, is that in the areas where, where Humboldt would stay, that's where there's a school district, there's Woodlight Terrace, so there's off-street parking. So the idea was keep Humboldt and also to be able to keep the connectivity of the bike lane, while also saying wherever we possibly can, let's restore the parking. And I completely agree that, the community, but yeah, I won't go on. I'll just stop there.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is that if I say that I support alternate 3, that I might have 3 votes. Yes?
I'll get behind that.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Yeah, I'll support it as well.
right, and let's just say that we really are going to need to look at the traffic calming methods very, very closely and work on communication.
But we also need to look at the budget for the long term, because this is going to continue to be a problem as we add bike lanes around the city. There's going to be other neighborhoods with similar concerns. And it's, we want to make this a streamlined process that people can get behind in the broader community.
Agree.
Some of my constituents on Humboldt do not trust the city, so we really need to make sure that we are doing, in earnest, good outreach about this, because yes, we're giving them a little bit of parking back, but we are a service neighborhood of service workers, and quite frankly, we deserve all of the parking.
Let me just ask one more question about that. So, long-term parking plan, looking at, permit parking, why do we think that it'll cost? The number was really high. Is it just because, one thing I'll say about San Mateo is we're the largest city in San Mateo County, and yet when I look at the way we handle parking compared to bigger cities, or even big cities like San Jose and San Francisco, do we just not have the infrastructure in place to be able to support a parking permit plan of this size? Is that really what the problem is?
Mayor, and you're speaking specifically about the RPPP program?
Yes.
Yeah, so right now we do have staff that is not 100% dedicated to it. So in our permitting staff, a part of their scope is to administer RPPP. But right now the policy is it's a free program. So right now it's not necessarily cost recovery. For us to expand that, it would further just take away from staff that are doing permit review, issuance. They're also doing utility permits. They would just spend a little bit more time administering a program like that. There's a tug and pull, if you will, for staff resources.
Yeah,
but I think,
go ahead.
Just interjecting here, in other cities, typically you pay for these programs. Here it sounds like we don't charge.
Council made a decision in the last policy adoption that it would be free.
Well, and I recognize that there are situations like my mom lives around the corner here, and they have to have a parking permit program because of the number of Sarah students that are driving and parking in the residential neighborhoods. It's so, then the challenge is it's tough to put that back on the residents to be paying for the fact that the impact is coming from a local school or local businesses. So, okay, I guess where I'm at is 5-all for alternate 5. Want to make sure that we're focusing on, making the sidewalks safer, better lighting, and then ultimately coming down on alternate 3.
So just want to make sure that I have 3 nodding heads on the mayor's 1. I see it. I see.
I think you
Nicole,
might have.
Nope. Yeah. Okay. I have 5. So here's what we're planning on doing is that as part of the report, we have to, it's not a done deal. We got to go out and engage the neighborhood even more before we bring anything back to the council to really hear about the alternative parallel bike boulevard paths. We'll also, about the lighting itself, if we work through the pilot, are you okay with us just moving forward with that? Because we can go a lot faster on a separate path with the lighting?
Yes.
Okay, I see consensus on that. And then I just want to be very clear. Once we have direction from council, we're not ripping out any bike lanes anytime soon here. I want to make sure this all comes right back to the council for another decision once we bring back all the information about alternative 3 and what we hear not only from the bike stakeholder groups and bikers in this community, along with the neighbors who are in the north central neighborhood and those who live along Humboldt, Idaho, and Fremont as well. I'm seeing nodding heads.
Yeah, the only other thing I'd say is I think it's important that we're really getting outreach to all of the community. I think it's important that we have some idea of demographics of the community. My experience has been that there's a lot of seniors and a lot of people who rely on vehicle. They're not able to bike, for one. They may be able to walk, but I want to make sure that we have an idea of how many people really can't do anything except drive. So that helps us make an informed decision.
So we can try our best. I won't, I can't capture everything, but we can try our best within our powers to really work and engage the community as part of this process.
Yeah. Deputy Mayor?
I did want to also request that we not remove the Humboldt bike lanes until after we have successfully implemented at least a functioning pilot on one of the other streets. I wouldn't want us to be in a situation where we remove what we have and have nothing that currently serves folks. Is that fair to everybody?
I guess I would want to ask, how is staff thinking it would go?
That's how we were thinking. We were thinking we would, put the provisions for the bike boulevard in place and have that in place, and only then, remove, in the alternative 3. Remember?
So there's always a path.
Right.
Okay.
What is sorry, Mr. Mayor.
No problem.
What is the process for buy-in for the residents that live on the pilot streets? How do we get them on board, or what is the approval rating? Do we get to do consent like historic or something?
No, so basically what we'll do is we'll go out and we'll engage the neighborhood, and we can also most likely, probably their best bet is to actually mail and send surveys to each individual household to be very surgical, at least on those who live on Idaho and Fremont, to get their responses. Although, getting these surveys, you might not get, 100%. No way near. But we'll try to get as many responses as possible. And then it's really up to this council when we come back, whether or not you want to move forward or not. There is no threshold. We're going to bring back the feedback, just like we brought you feedback this evening from that December 4th meeting of what we were hearing. We do the same thing with all the different platforms that we have engaged the neighborhood on, and really present that to this council, and you guys get to make an ultimate decision whether or not you want to move forward or not. And then we also have to figure out the funding program for all of this as well, and bring that along as part of the package when we come back to the council in the future.
I just want to emphasize pilot. It's a really important word.
Pilot.
For a bike boulevard on an alternative street, that's alternative 3, yes, it'd be a pilot.
Yes, but
It's
really.
not, there could be refinements that we're not making permanent,
Yeah, but really letting the community know that this is a pilot idea. That's going to be critical with the marketing.
That is correct.
So.
That's what was before the council this evening.
Yes.
All right. Do you have everything?
I just have to say that I do disagree with I don't think I would agree with the point that you are making here without completely taking removal of the bike lanes off until the pilot is complete, but I can talk about it. I would consider it, but I don't think that I would, if it was a motion, I don't think I would agree with it.
There's no motion this evening. I'm just looking for direction. You've given me the direction that I believe staff needs to continue this work, and we'll have to work closely with the community and bring it back to the council at a future date.
So
thank you very
just
much.
to reiterate, it's option 3 and option 5.
That's correct.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for everyone who stuck around for that. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Kathleen.
Before everybody takes off, are we on to reports and announcements?
We are moving right along to reports and announcements.
I would like to do the first report and announcement, and I would like to announce to everybody in the room that it's our mayor's birthday tomorrow, so we should say happy birthday to him. Happy birthday, Mayor.
I'm trying to get the meeting done before my birthday.
I know. So now that's the only
my
one I'm
goal
going
the
to say.
whole night is that I'll be in bed before I turn 52.
Yes, that's it.
Thank you. Okay, who wants to go first? Or did you already go first?
Danielle.
Go ahead, Danielle.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to bring up another issue. During our last council meeting, a motion to support Measure A was raised, but the council was not ready to consider a motion at that time. Tonight, I'd like to raise a related motion, which is to consider a resolution to hold a vote of no confidence for the San Mateo County Sheriff, Christina Corpus. As you heard earlier in the night, several other city councils in the county have also provided their input on this matter, and I do think that it's time for our council to share its perspective, especially given the size of our city and the impact that we have on the peninsula. Thank you.
Through the mayor, may I interject? So just to be clear, so the council is discussing whether to place this item on a future council agenda.
So I second that, and I also call for a special meeting on Thursday.
Were you also thinking special meeting?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor?
Why? Why are we considering a special meeting on Thursday?
Because ballots are dropping this week, and as the biggest city in the county, we need to take a stand on this because we have a lot of residents that are questioning our law enforcement leadership at the county level. And I believe that it is important and in a timely manner to get our position on the record before ballots drop, which I believe is Wednesday of this week.
Yeah. Okay.
I think the unfortunate timing of the election is it's March 5th, and if we wait till the next meeting, it's what, February 8th, is that 18th? Right, so it's not quite as impactful.
Mr. City Attorney, if we wanted to have a special meeting, is that allowed, and what are the parameters?
So you could have a special meeting, it's just that 24 hours notice, minimum notice is required. I mean, traditionally here, we aim to provide more than 24 hours notice. But if that's the council direction, then we would put a special meeting notice, we would follow the noticing procedures under the Brown Act and get a meeting notice up and on our website just as soon as possible after tonight's meeting.
Okay. Do we have a consensus on when?
I think the suggestion was Thursday, yes?
Thursday evening? Yeah. Yes.
So I appreciate Councilmember Svier-Kokuditsky bringing this up. And I will admit that when Councilmember Fernandez brought this up last meeting, I think I was a bit hasty in my remarks. I wasn't considering the fact that we have two new council members who were not here when something was brought up last year to this effect. My understanding is that all five council members have individually endorsed in their individual capacity Measure A. And so, I think given the show of support for a resolution, I could support it, but I'm concerned about the precedent that could be set by moving to a special meeting just for this, given how many controversial issues come before council with people strongly urging us to take immediate action when it may not necessarily be in the best interests for us to do so. For those reasons, I would consider supporting a resolution at the next regularly scheduled meeting, but I can't support going for a special meeting for it.
Okay.
And on a slightly a sidetrack, I, at the last meeting, said that I would not want to come out as a council and support Measure A. I have seen the no confidence as being different than supporting Measure A. And the other thing that I was persuaded by was the fact that we do receive services directly from the county, from the sheriff, in terms of the jail. And I appreciate your perspective, Councilmember Lorraine. I would still want to go for a special meeting.
Personally, I'm kind of agnostic about it. Like, I could do it on Thursday or I could do it at the next council meeting. But if I'm seeing three people that are saying special meeting, Is that what I'm seeing? Well, then my opinion doesn't matter.
What date and time then?
So we're talking Thursday?
Thursday, 6 o'clock?
Can't do it that early. 7:30 I can do.
Thursday, this coming Thursday, February 6th at 7:30 PM here at City Hall. The other question I have is I know that you guys had Councilmember Circle-Gooditsky had a resolution prepared for this. Is that what the council wants to utilize? Copies of it?
Do you have copies of it?
Can I make if I can interject, can I make a suggestion? So, I mean, the city clerk is free to distribute copies, but also just keep in mind, like, this is not on the council agenda right now, so I would just encourage the council to just wrap up the discussion. Sounds like you want a special meeting on Thursday. You know, there is a draft resolution.
That'll be posted publicly.
That could be included with the council packet, and then you can deliberate that, and what changes you may want to make to that resolution, you know, at the meeting on Thursday. That's something you could do.
Okay. That's fine. So
So we will be seeing each other Thursday at 7:30.
Yep, we have direction. We'll go ahead and we'll get that agenda out tomorrow.
thank you so much.
Or the next day.
Continuing
within
on,
24
does
hours.
anyone else have other reports and announcements?
I just want to wish our mayor a happy birthday, and I want to congratulate Ed Barberini on 5 years today with the city of San Mateo.
Woohoo! Way to go, chief. Deputy?
Thank you. I wanted to report that I represented our city at the last Peninsula Clean Energy Board meeting, and one update that everybody can potentially appreciate is that Peninsula Clean Energy has recently updated its website, and if you haven't checked it out lately, please check it out. It is it's got a very new look and feel. It's meant to give people a sense of all the resources that are available and are going to become online in the future. So please go to peninsulacleanenergy.com today to check that out. And frankly, I guess I might leave it there for expediency.
Okay. Is everybody good? We're all good? Okay. Did some ribbon cuttings this weekend, which was fun. Helped watch our fire chief retire, which was great. There's some great new places in downtown San Mateo, which you should all check out. The last thing I would say was that I was asked by Chantal to remind people that ballots actually were mailed today. So people will start seeing them drop as early as tomorrow. So make sure you get the vote out and submit your ballots. Okay, that's all I got. We'll adjourn the meeting. If there's anything else, we're all good. All right, I close the meeting.